Posso ler já? As manifestações expressas por integrantes dos quadros da Fundação Getúlio Vargas e por convidados que participam dos eventos e transmissões online representam exclusivamente as opiniões dos seus autores e não necessariamente a posição institucional da FGV. Reiteramos também que todos aqui presentes concordaram em participar desse evento de forma espontânea e, com isso, autorizam o uso de sua imagem para essa transmissão que ficará disponível posteriormente nos canais oficiais da FGV.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to moderate this panel today. This panel is about the effects of autocratization to the climate governance, to the climate agenda. And I have here with me to talk to such an important topic, three great specialists. Camila Janella is a professor at Catholic University of Peru. I have Catalina Vallejo, a postdoctoral fellow at University of Bergen, and Mario Shapiro, a professor here at FGV. So each one of them will have more or less 7 minutes to talk about the topic, and then we can open up for discussions. But before giving the floor to them, I just wanted to say that this relationship between autocratization and climate governance and hostility towards the climate agenda is not really well explored under the literature. We have an article from 2018 from Lockwood who says that this is really a collateral damage coming from the ideological aspects of populists. So climate policy would be everything that they hate. It's science-based, it is cosmopolitan. So I'm sure that they will all give us like a better nuanced views on this topic. And even coming from the Latin American, we know that even progressive governments do not necessarily mean environmental protection, stronger environmental protection. So Camila, the floor is yours.
I think this is working. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I would like to start to bring some of the discussion that we have yesterday. I think that Catalina made a great point in the panel when she said that that democracy in Latin America didn't promise in a way equality, equity, but I think that one thing that it promises, is supposed to promise, is like participation of all the people that is going to be involved from or affected by policies, no? And so what I am going to present here is some of the results and preliminary results that we have from the research that I have been doing with some colleagues in Peru, in Ucayali. That is that region that is in the Amazon from Peru. That is a region that, despite a lot of positive developments on the putting together the institutions to protect the forest, is still one of the regions with the biggest deforestation rates in the country. And so we were thinking, okay, why this is the case of Ucayali, and what are the things that they are behind the deforestation. We know that deforestation in Ucayali is linked to agriculture, palm oil. That was one of the trades that were there for many, many years, and now they have some illegal crops. The coca is in some of the parts in Atalaya, and that part that is close to the Bray, that is the region, that have most of the coca plantations in the country. But this is coming also with a lot of violence against indigenous people in that part of the country. People has been killed. So we wanted to know what was going on there. So what we found is that there has been a lot of falsification and business around, and that go with the economic political that I think that Mario asked yesterday, and when we were speaking about autocratization and that. So illegal settlers were taking the lands of indigenous people, or primary forests are supposed to be protected, and then regional government were providing them the authorizations to exploit these areas, taking out the indigenous people, or just exploiting some of the primary forests that's supposed to be protected. So what we saw is also that is more like the political dimension of this, is that, as you can You will see there, this is since there was a regionalization in Peru that started in 2003, all regional government has been linked with illegal loggers, with illegal or logging interest, and also with the interest of palm oil. And in each of these governments, and there has been, in all the cases of all the regional governments, has been corruption inside of these regional governments, and really a weak capacity from the central government and environment agencies to enforce what was the commitment from Peru. So Peru committed to go to zero emissions by 2030. We know that that is not going to happen. We know that Ucayali is a problem, but it's almost not capacity to enforce these environmental regulations in the region. And we saw that there is also a dimension of who is governing this region, and the lack of political power of indigenous communities in the region, because even though this is their territory, they are a minority in the amount of population. So the authorities that are elected at the regional level and also at the district level are people that are interested in logging and exploiting the Amazon. And I mean, we just have the elections in October, and the new regional governor is one who was before, and he was the governor when some of the killings happened in the region, and he did nothing. So, what we also were linking this with this issue of the lack of capacity and power of indigenous communities at the national level and the regional level. So there is no representation of them. They don't have a quota system at the National Congress. They don't have a quota system at regional governments, only in the case of local governments, but that is still also not really, they don't have really much power, because they put it at the end of the list, and they don't really have representation at the government, so they don't have the power to decide what's going on with the territory. Many indigenous leaders has been killed, and I think Catalina is also going to talk about that. Just in the time of the pandemic, 17 indigenous leaders has been killed, and most of them has been in this area of Ucayali and Huánuco, that is the same valley, and that is linked with coca and illegal landowners. And the picture that is there is also that what we understand as development. These are the Mennonites. That is, they are white. They are speak English and that, and they look like the migrants that we want, and they are just making a lot of deforestation, and we know that because of the mapping, and they are taking the lands and setting in parts that is supposed to be protected, but nobody cares, and this was a thing that was published in a national newspaper, like portraying this as the new migrants that we really want, this kind of white people here. And the other thing is that to take into consideration that climate change and climate change governance and goals, and in the way that the global climate change policies see the Amazon is in a way that the Amazon has to produce something. It's true that the indigenous communities have a level of has gained a level of participation at this global conference and that, so they fight, and now they have a representation there, but the enforceability is really weak, and there is no political cause for Peru or the countries to not comply, and to not just to not comply with the goals. Still, Norway, Sweden, UK, they are going to still provide money to the countries, because it's how the things are. So I am going to leave it there, and yeah, thanks a lot.
Yes, so with Camila, we've been working together on understanding better issues on protection of the Amazon, climate change governance, indigenous communities in Colombia and Brazil. And the situation in Colombia is, of course, very similar to what Camila just described, plus the end of the war with the FARC and the attempted transition to peace with the FARC also had such a huge impact in the Amazon and Amazon peoples. The Colombian government hasn't managed to occupy the power space that was left by the armed groups, and on the contrary, left a lot of space available for new armed groups or old illegal armed groups that have been interested in the natural resources in this region. And of course, there has not been a policy for increasing the protection of indigenous peoples in the Amazon, which has led to, of course, the deaths of many indigenous defenders and environmental defenders in Colombia, but not only in Colombia, in Latin America and in many places of the world. So as we will discuss also climate litigation in other panels, and yesterday we were also exploring the limits of judicialization. It's interesting also to see how this connects with this part of reality that is farmers, indigenous peoples, black communities are being killed every day and displaced from their lands for defending their lands, their right to live in their lands, but also just to defend the environment in a wider sense, no? To defend also, you know, the right that we all have to a healthy environment, the right that we all have to sustainability, to climate change policies. So I'm going to read a couple of paragraphs from the Global Witness report so that we know, some part of the hard reality of what is happening. That was also really badly during the pandemic and after the pandemic. So in 2020, indigenous peoples around the world continued to mobilize to protect the environment against deepening ecological crises, from pollution and climate change to deforestation, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and drinking water shortages. As the world's natural resources face strain and exploitation, those who defend them against mining, dams, oil and gas extraction, logging, and agribusiness are suffering direct violations of their civil and political rights. An increasing number of farmers, indigenous peoples, and black people in many countries, and their ally activists around the world, are dying for their efforts to protect their lands and the environment, according to Global Witness. In 2016, 2016 was the deadliest year on record, with at least 200 killings on environmental and land right activists documented in 24 countries, mostly in South America. Activists believe that companies or state forces are behind many of these cases. Few are ever arrested or even identified, few of the responsible. Since 2016, the situation has only aggravated. The stampede of Amazon's natural wealth made Brazil the world's deadliest country in terms of sheer numbers killed in 2016. Though Honduras remains the most dangerous country per capita over the past decade. In 2019, Colombia saw the highest number of environmental activist killings ever recorded in a single country since Global Witness began collecting data in 2012. The Philippines, which was the deadliest country for environmental activists in 2018, continues to be the most dangerous country in Asia for environmental defenders. Defending national parks is now riskier than ever, particularly in Africa, where large numbers of rangers are being killed, especially in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The report also found that 2/3 of deaths in 2019 occurred in Latin America, which has consistently been the most dangerous continent for environmental activists since 2012. And the report continues to describe how the COVID-19 pandemic only made things worse because communities had to stay in their places, and also everyone knew where the activists were, and it was easier to find them, and it was easier to threaten them. Yes, so it will be interesting to discuss, in the backlit of this very hard situation for environmental defenders, what tools if litigation, despite all its problems, and judicialization of environmental law, despite all its limits, can also be somehow tools in this struggle.
Thank you, Catalina, for your presentation. So, Mario, I think I should go as well.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank Siri, Marta, Lara, and Raquel for inviting me for this conference. This is my first participation in this network, and hopefully not just the only one. The topic I chose to discuss with you on authoritarianism and climate change is the imbrication between democratic backsliding, climate crisis, and financial governance. My assumption here is that climate crisis is likely to reinforce the democratic crisis, as there are incentives to the rise of a coalition among carbon-driven interest groups, denialists of science, and authoritarian leaders, which are the main ingredients of the current autocratic populism, as we witnessed during the pandemic, particularly in Brazil, but perhaps also in Mexico and other countries. Given this possibility, my question here is how institutional design might offer resistance to these denialist coalitions. More specifically, I wonder if the neoliberal arrangement and its solution of policy insulation might be a surprising alternative to detain authoritarians, the authoritarian leaders. Being more provocative, is neoliberalism our way out to autocratic leaders? This possibility comes from the neoliberal preference for independent authorities like independent central banks and independent regulatory agencies that somehow might work as a polycentric arrangement that enables policy resoluteness over policy change, and particularly change introduced or inserted by autocratic leaders. Looking to the Brazilian case, apparently it seems that neoliberal governance presents some virtues to offer political resistance to autocrats. A good example of that is what happened to Brazilian Central Bank compared to Brazilian Development Bank, BNDES. Just to contextualize, BNDES is a huge development bank, very comparable to other development banks around the world, like the Chinese Development Bank, the KfW in Germany, or until very recently, the Mexican Nacional Financiera. What happened in Brazil was the following. While the central bank has gone ahead laying down new climate-related prudential rules requiring banks to constitute reserves and capital enough to protect themselves against their liabilities in climate issues. So thus directing banks not to lending money to those companies that are more climate vulnerable. So the prudential policy in Brazil is now more climate friendly than before. That happened because basically the Brazilian Central Bank is independent, one could say, while BNDES has completely shrunk its green disbursement because BNDES is a government agency. You can see this green line declining significantly after the impeachment process, and particularly after or under Bolsonaro. So the orange is the total disbursement, the yellow is the green disbursement, and the green is the proportion between them. Ok. Tem laser aqui. Ué. But is that true? Can we conclude that neoliberalism is the alternative to autocrats? Surprise. I'm not sure. Perhaps Danny Roderick gives us better advice here when he confronts economic populism with political populism. Concretely, a green developmental state can be an alternative to be considered here. This is because if neoliberalism can detain those autocrats, neoliberal governments can also veto more ambitious economic change, as we can learn from our European colleagues, particularly Christine Lagarde, the chair of European Central Bank, who is trying unsuccessfully to push the central bank ahead in this agenda, but being restricted by very narrow neoliberal mandates. On the other hand, it seems that we could learn something from the green developmental state that is now going ahead in Korea, which seems to be an interesting institutional alternative to the global south countries to mobilize resources to induce green transition, particularly for investments related to adaptation, which are less prone to market investment. Clearly a kind of investment full of negative externalities because of the clear relationship between adaptation and infrastructure investments, particularly for the poor. So to conclude this my first intervention, I would say that while the regulatory state and neoliberal governance might play a significant role preventing autocrats from dismantling climate finance policies, they also might restrict the necessary policy space for climate action under climate-friendly governments, particularly in developing countries.
Thank you very much, Mario, for your presentation and all the panel. But before opening up to the discussion, I would like to invite Catalina and Camila to talk a little bit about polycentricity that Mario introduced the concept for us from Elinor Ostrom. So as a form of deterrence, or as a form of defense against autocratic leaders, and maybe to Mario also to talk a little bit about this new government of Lula, in what sense it's going to be different, or you think it's going to be different from the Lula 1, Lula 2, and this developmentalist framework of mind, and we have the commodities here to pay the price for also bad environment policies here in Brazil. So just to start the conversation, then we can open up for discussion, right?
Yes, so very basically the idea, Ostrom's idea, and what we have been exploring in Peru and Colombia is how different norms at different levels are articulated in the pursuit of the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and to facilitate or make possible climate change adaptation in different places. So we have a global regime for climate change, which said, but it has been so difficult to establish and agree upon, and obviously to implement. It hasn't been implemented, basically. But there are some assumptions at the international level or global level, and we need to reduce emissions, and also we need to protect forests. So to do these two things at the same time, there are some assumptions like forests are being, so deforestation is it's a problem, and poverty. It's one of the causes of deforestation because people don't have enough resources to live, and so they use the forest. And then if there is enough financial aid or something like this, there will be we will decrease greenhouse gas emissions coming from deforestation. So it's kind of the assumption that indigenous peoples need more money to protect their forests. And with this, everyone will be happy and the climate will be fine. But then we go to the national normative level and subnational normative level and indigenous normative level, and we see there are many differences, and we see that these assumptions are not necessarily true, and we see also that the norms created by the state sometimes are the very drivers of deforestation in countries like Colombia, for instance, and Peru. That is not, the dynamics of poverty necessarily, and so the norms created at the global level for this goal or objective then get entangled with the complexity of reality and the complexity of different types of norms. And then the result is we have not decreased deforestation, but increased deforestation. We have not a decreasing in greenhouse gas emissions in the globe, but an increase in greenhouse gas emissions in the world. We see at the COP every time more fossil fuel industries having space there. The space for indigenous peoples is not that great, even though it has improved a lot due to their activism. But this is the problem with the interaction of norms. And then, Camila, would you like to talk about the power angle and the problems of polycentric norms?
Okay. One of the things that we were looking with Catalina and in the case of Peru was this idea of the polycentric approach and the power dimension of the polycentric approach. And I think the case of Peru is a good case, like also to test what Mario says, because we have this the development of this green state in a way that we create all institutions that we follow the recipe, the international recipe. So we have a Minister of Environment and everything, but of course there is an issue then of independence. So the forest sector is under the Minister of Agriculture, and the Minister of Agriculture have a way to understand the forest. But also, when we look at the national level, this idea of this institution that could be independent, but there is a power dimension there. So where is the power of indigenous people when this green state is framed and designed in a way? And that creates a lot, and we have this neoliberal way to understand the forest, and that doesn't recognize probably what is the understanding of what have to be the forest and the Amazon forest for this group of people that is their own territory. So I think that when we speak about autocratic and autocratization, one thing is, for me, probably the last 10 years we didn't have an autocratic government in Peru, but for indigenous people that has been experiencing policies of continue the possession and to taking the rights, there has been under different governments that has been not recognizing the rights and has been structural violence against them. So I think, probably we can develop a green state, but the green state have this neoliberal approach and understanding of the forest and the carbon markets, and that could create problems at the national level, especially when we have all this power dimension that the polycentric approach have not been mapping or understanding how to deal with that. I leave it there, please.
Thank you for your question. I'd say that it seems to me that the greatest challenge for Lula, the third Lula government, is going beyond of protecting the forest. I think that protecting Amazon, Cerrado, and other environmental areas in the country is, for no doubt, out of discussion, of course. But what else? We can't going in this green agenda just exporting commodities again. And exporting commodities in the green agenda is offering to the world the protection of the forest. So while other countries will produce equipments for the green investments, batteries, cars, and others, and will shape the new trends of trade across the globe, exploiting these comparative advantages of the green economy. Indonesia, Brazil cannot go to this green economy just protecting forests. Protect forests is, of course, our necessary obligation. There's no doubt about that. But we do need a green industrial policy to provide capacity to our economy, to our industry, to produce green-related products. And this is the most difficult part, and that relates to the to the developmental state, because the neoliberals are very able and capable of presenting an institutional arrangement that provides constituents with this policy stability. And the developmentalists has never been capable of institutionalize the developmental state in the good shape as neoliberal did. So the difficulty here is how to govern a green industrial policy. Just to finish, there is a typical trade-off in the industrial policy between the industry that we have and the industry that we would like to have. And this is a political economy kind of trade-off, and it is very difficult to coordinate and to govern this transition, because those incumbents resist to this transition. Those carbon-driven industry will resist to this green industrial policy. So I think that this is the greatest challenge for Lula, to implement a new kind of industrial policy capable of giving the country another condition in this green economy.
Thank you, Mario. So we've opened up the floor. Paula? I'm sorry.
Daniele, se você quiser fazer uma lista com os nomes por ordem, porque é muita pergunta. Ontem a gente fez assim, melhor.
Thank you for wonderful presentations. I have a comment and also a question that links, I think, the conversations of democratization, judicialization, and I want to bring a question about the role of lawyers and scholars, but mostly lawyers in the case of what Camila and Camila have been describing. So you didn't use the word or the expression political violence, but what we see is that the democratization process is still going on, and we haven't even eradicated political violence in these areas that are outside, like the big capitals. So they look to us from the center of our own politics as a different type of thing. But it looks to me, when you describe it and you picture it, as clear forms of political violence that are different from the ones we've seen in the drug conflict and the prior violence, and maybe other type of violence before in Peru, but it looks as regular political violence. So then we go to the judicialization or to the legalization of these new forms of approaching all the new political violence. And what's the goal of that judicialization and all this legal work you've been working on and observing? Because it looks to me that it's about like enforcing laws that have problems and fighting for the compliance of the laws. But I see a very different political project through the law and through judicialization, which is the politicization of the indigenous people, the political organization of them. Going back to about participation and democracy, the big problem here is that they don't have organizations. And so what are we doing to link all this legal work to the big democratic political discussions of our countries? What are our political parties saying, if anything, about this? How are we bringing all these uses of the law to the big democratic arena? Because it seems to me that the presentations kind of separate the two conversations. And I don't think that anything is going to change if this doesn't become part of the big politics. Because if it's about political violence in different expressions than the one that you see in the capitals and in the type of democracy that we have in urban life in the region, this is about integrating these issues and using the law and the judicialization to deal with the political blockages and the incapacities of the political organization of these peoples and the ways in which we are not able to link their interests to massive interests in the big political arena of democracy. So, and that's where lawyers come into. Are we here like acting as lawyers, enforcing the law and working on the legalization of our politics, or are we working in the use of the law to organize political democracy? And I have the experience of abortion in Argentina, and I think that that's what we have tried to show to the region about the organization and the politicization of women. That you can take an issue, or several issues, violence, reproductive rights, sexual rights, and use them to massively organize a political subject, and to politicize, and also to channel resources for the big participation, not only the local participation, but the big participation in like the big politics and democratic arena. I don't see that connection between the type of legal work that we are doing or observing in these dimensions. So I'm just inviting to connect the big democratic conversation and the politics with the law in a wider sense.
So should we gather more questions? Shiska, Carlo, and Rachel and Florian.
Thank you. I have a comment for Mario. I am very sympathetic to your approach. And last year, with a colleague, we tried to give a fresh look to Mexican independent agencies that have constitutional status, and there, at some point there were 12. And what we tried to do is to try to identify what they do if we take off the glasses of technical expertise, if we take off the neoliberal glasses of, non-politic kind of things. And then we argued that, in fact, they have delivered in Mexico a much wider set of political goods. And some of them, we think, are democracy shapers, right? And so this is my invitation to you. Why not started to think of independent agencies as not as part of the neoliberal agenda, but as part of a general agenda of rethinking the division of powers. And of course, as they are designed now, they are not perfect for the new political functions that we could envision. And this opens up a very great agenda of what should we do to, for instance, there's a big agenda of accountability, because we have, they work imperfectly, but we have accountability systems for the legislative, and we don't have very much good ideas about the accountability of this. But, just to say that I think this is fascinating, only the invitation would be, don't present this as neoliberal against, no, because this kind of reshaping detracts power from the executive, and we want that. Which is your point. This is not something that limits hyper-presidentialism. So I really enjoyed the take.
Carlo, I think.
Thank you so much for such an interesting panel. I have 3 not related comments between them, but I have one related to the conceptual understanding, then this idea of the legal regime, and finally a way of understanding the operationalization of the projects. The first comment related to the conceptual understanding to Camila's and Catalina's project. I don't know what to do with this dichotomy between the legal and illegal if we're understanding that legal regimes in the Amazon are entrenched on the illegality. So, what we add to the conversation if we're keeping doing the what's legal in this sense and what's illegal, that's a general question. Then second to this conceptual of the legal regime, and this is more broader question on your research, Catalina, maybe on climate change, and is that I still think that what are the new elements that we're understanding when we're bringing the climate change legal regime conversation to the indigenous people's field, because what one can see is that although they're coming apparently from different actions, the way that we're understanding the implementation of the climate change legal regime is through a big part governance and support to indigenous peoples, who has been a historical claim. So what's new and how we're understanding the new, or if we're seeing a more a new displacement of power of the people who are having voice on these scenarios, and now rather than having, the historical indigenous people, we're having the Gretas and the youth movement as part of the new phase of the mobilization, although the implementations come through the territories. And then finally, to this idea of the operationalization of the project, and this goes to Mario's project, I was thinking that I would like to see a little bit of the variables that you're understanding to create this possible correlation between neoliberal approaches and political governance, because one can imagine having very strong compliance of the international and national regulations to act against climate change. For example, base case scenario, United States giving a lot of money to the climate field, which apparently will not happen, but let's play with the idea. And then when we're having that, you can also have like very non-strong democratic projects. So I don't know if a way of understanding this will be to go through what are the main, like the variables or obligations of the states to create a strong green economy, and see how they correlate with political action and implementation. And I know, and this is super quick related to your final point, I know, for example, that a big part of the conversation in Brazil's go through the action of the Natura company, which is like presenting themselves as the biggest, strongest green economy, especially in the Amazon. And so is there another like displacement of power to private actors who are now not the Shells of the world, but the Naturas of the world, bringing the decision to the field? And thank you.
Okay, it's Rachel and then Florian, and then, yeah. Rachel there. So, can we add some 5 more minutes, CD, for them to answer? Yes, 5 more minutes. Yeah, 6. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'll try and be really quick. Tatiana's looking at me like, what? I wanted to ask something actually about you've all talked about kind of climate deniers and authoritarians as science deniers. But I wonder about the authoritarian possibilities offered by climate disaster. And I'm thinking about, at the minute, I see Arequipa and Puno have got a state of emergency for 100 days because there is no water. And the area where I work in Central America, what governments have done for the last few years is declare focalized states of emergency, states of exception, usually around conflict about extractive projects, in order to suspend democratic rights and increase authoritarian control and use of legal violence, as well as the illegal violence that we know goes on all of the time. So I know that a lot of the literature about kind of acute climate crisis and climate conflict in Africa, but we don't really have that much literature about what's new in Latin America in that respect. So I'd like you to comment on that, please. Because some of the things you're talking about have been going on for very, very, very many years. But what's new in terms of how governments, democratic, populist, authoritarian, are going to have to be responding to these kind of crises where you have hundreds of communities with no water.
Yeah. Thank you, Rachel. And then we have Florian. Enrique.
I can be quite quick. I'm just super curious in terms of this regulatory scenario that you've been variously painting, how you think that current conjunctures, especially in Europe, especially in relation to the energy crisis, and follow-on in sense might impact this, because I think there's going to be a whole lot of set of new pressures, not just regarding energy directly, but for example, Brazil apparently is now experimenting with increasing genetically modified wheat production because of the Ukraine wheat crisis, etc. So there's going to be these cross-cutting pressures. Europe itself is dividing in sense between investing in nuclear versus trying somehow to substitute oil and gas while it's greening, greening energy production, etc. But that's not going to be tomorrow. So the global south, places like Brazil, this is a big kind of thing. And I wonder, this strikes me as something that will cause a general reconfiguration. I just wonder whether you have any views on this yet.
Thank you, Florian. It's Enrique or Raquel first? Raquel. And yesterday I read Obrador talking about energy sovereignty, so it's a horrible situation that we have. It's related to Florian's question.
Very quick question for Mario. We've been discussing a bit on regulatory coalitions and how interests and rules are related to each other. I was wondering, how do you see the international in the international front on influencing the decisiveness or the resoluteness of those agencies? And I wonder if you could discuss what do you think will be the regulatory coalitions in Lula 3? Because there will be a lot of different interests amassed together.
Thank you, Raquel. And the last, can we say like the last two, and then we open the last one, and then we open up. Henrique, I'm sorry. I'm a bad host here, so yes, we can open up. Henrique.
So it's a question based on Mario's presentation, but it's about polycentrism in general, so anyone can comment. So Mario, I think there's a sort of imbalance in your presentation that you started by presenting the neoliberal approach as a sort of antidote to autocrats because it diffuses power. But then you said that developmentalism may be better for environmental governance. But then what's the relationship between developmentalism and authoritarian governments? Because it sounds like developmentalism is great if you have an environmentalist leader, but if you have an anti-environmental autocrat, it's terrible. So it seems like there's an imbalance because it seems that if you have authoritarianism, then the neoliberal arrangement of polycentrism works better, even if it doesn't do enough for climate governance. At least it doesn't go into complete disaster. So that's my question.
Thank you, Henrique. And then we can open up the discussions, the answers here. I know that Siri gave us 8 more minutes. No? 6? 8.5? Okay. So, Mario.
Quick reactions. I see many advantages in independent regulatory agencies. Particularly, they decide collectively. They are constrained by rules. They follow procedures. They provide policy stability. They concentrate power. So I think that my question here is not about the regulatory agency as a tool, and perhaps we could frame it in same sense of that made by Peter Hall, comparing different levels. So the tool level and the paradigm level. So I'm disputing here this paradigm here, this paradigm level. So I think that it is possible to find out a way to overlap these two. So the regulatory state, the developmental agencies. I'm disputing here the neoliberal idea of a paradigmatic state that is very narrow, very toothless, and without capacity to govern the economy. But I'm not challenging the regulatory agency as a tool to intervene in the economy. This is a very important point. Concerning Raquel, Henrique, and Carlos' question, it seems to me that there are two globalizations at play now. So one of them is led by those authoritarians, the new alt-right, the nihilists, who will deny the climate change and this kind of problem, and democracy and others. And I think that we should build a different kind of coalition, a global coalition, domestic and international coalition, putting together those who are defending democracy, defending or trying to push ahead the climate agenda. And I think that in this sense, the Lula government, the Lula election, the election of Lula gave us some clues in this direction, because Lula was able to create a coalition of some neoliberals and the former developmentalists in the country. And I think that it can be now a possibility to face some of these challenges. And I do agree with you that there is a difficult condition for developmentalists and autocratic leaders. So I think that the developmentalists should bring to the developmental state the institutionalization that the neoliberal was able to create. So just to finish, I think that perhaps the only possibility now is to create a sort of coalition between some progressive neoliberals and those who are more in favor of economic governance in a progressive way, to combat, to challenge those autocrats, outright denialists, because this is the word that we have now?
Yeah, I'm going to try to be quick. Okay, I think it's interesting because I didn't speak about judicialization, and I think we didn't speak about judicialization because what we were looking, and at least what I was looking, was more on the institutional design of this green state. And I know there's a lot of lawyers here. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a psychologist. For me, the question here is of course the thing of participation, and the thing of the different violence that people in the territory are submitted by this kind of green approach and green agenda that doesn't take into account the power dimensions, the history of discrimination, dispossession, and that kind of stuff. So I think that is something to take into account. The litigation could be useful to complain about when people is killed already, or when the water is contaminated and that, but nothing, then you speak about remediation and that already the things are destroyed. So I think we need to think about a different approach, and a different approach, of course, is what is democracy, what is the rights of these people in the territory, and what we're meaning about democracy in our countries. And yeah, I also see a lot of risk of the use of the climate crisis to control the territory. We saw that with the COVID in some of the territories of the indigenous people, and not in the cities, but yes, in the indigenous communities, that they were not allowed to make a territorial control. So the army went there and then put more COVID and kill more people. So yeah, I mean, there is a risk for that. Yeah. And in Peru, in the part that there is no water, is the highlands where there is mining projects. So we will see if that is going to be used. Still, it's not used linked to mining, but we will see. Yeah.
Yes, no, thank you for your questions, and it's really many things to think about and reflect and yeah, continue thinking. I think there is a connection between Paola's comment, maybe Carlos's and Rachel's. So, you know, today many more actors are interested in environmental protection or climate change for many different reasons. Some because of a preoccupation for the ecological state of affairs in our world, the loss of biodiversity, the danger for human life, etc. But many other people, because, you know, it's a growing green business, green industries, even just to be politically correct now is not correct anymore to include, you know, green affairs or climate change in political campaigns or at universities, or you know, if you have a company, you have to mention it. So everyone seems to be on board, but for many different reasons, and maybe there is potential there for, and then the question was like, what's new for indigenous rights and ethnic rights now that climate change comes into the mix? Maybe many possibilities, really, for sure, for the right or the wrong reasons, but there is space. There is at least more, I think, obligation in the worst case, or openness in the best case, to listen to indigenous voices. Now that there is need to protect indigenous territories because of the ecosystem services, you know, or for people who are truly interested in indigenous peoples and cultures for other reasons. So many things can be new into this mix. Paola, I don't agree with Paola when she says that in environmental litigation or climate litigation, there is nothing challenging the democratic problems of participation. For example, I think in the new rights of nature litigation, even though there are many problems that we can discuss, it's been an opportunity for many ethnic groups to advance their ethnic and territorial rights, hand in hand with the rights of nature. And I think for indigenous peoples can be as well. But of course, this is open for a big discussion and for indigenous colleagues to have a word on this. It's not my topic, but I think when Rachel mentioned the risk of climate states of emergency, especially in Latin America, that we have these very strong presidential systems. In Colombia, for example, I don't know, Peru, Brazil, the president of the republic has normative power, and in Colombia has been used and abused. Yes, and of course, also in Colombia, the power, the Congress. So Congress has not been held accountable for their omissions and for like silence, huge silence when it comes to environmental issues. So there is no political party really in charge of bringing the environmental issues to Congress. Laws or bills that are proposed are often not passed and not even discussed, and there is a lot of lobbying, and there is no space really, and this has to change. There is no really space for environmental protection in the legislative. The president, the executive branch has these structural problems, and then the judges. Yeah, there will be another panel on that, but yeah. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for this wonderful panel, and just say thank you for the panel.
Of course, we'll continue with very much the same discussions after the break. And so I think we'll do a short break and try to be back more or less on time.
It's 10:15. Okay.
We're supposed to be
pessoal, vamos voltando. Pessoal para compor a mesa. Ana Alfinito, Raquel e o Salvador.
We wait for maybe 2 minutes, make sure to follow the conversation.
Porque hay programación esta tarde, ¿no?
No?
Sí, otro día voy a...
No.
Hoy...
Então, se for 3h30, começa às 4, né? Tá. Obrigada, obrigada. É isso mesmo. Às 4 horas, confirmado. So, are we all back? Você pode verificar se tem alguém ainda pegando o fone? Só para... Eric está ouvindo minha voz, você grita. Dani, seu caderno. Close the door. Yeah. Camila has to be more fun. Yeah. She just needs to take him to another floor. Yeah, thank you. Vai lá, tente ajudar a Camila ali, por favor. So, pede para lá para o outro andar, fazer outra coisa. So,
Si no me quedo para siempre acá sin esto.
So, very good morning. Thank you for being here for one more great roundtable for the Bergen Exchanges Sampa. I'm very thankful to those who accepted our invitation. I will introduce the panel. And I invite you also to check their mini bios and also everyone else on LawTransform's website to know more about their work. But I think as I was talking to Ana Carolina here, we should start probably by saying that this is not like a law-heavy table, round table. We have a lot of anthropologists and we have Ana Carolina also, who has the background in law, but her research is made on political sociology. I should probably also mention that, unfortunately, José Maurício Arruti, who was planning to come, he's part of the panel, could not reach São Paulo on time. He's coming from Campinas. So we're trying to adjust the program to accommodate his participation, presidential participation here. But we start with our great panel here. I introduce first Rachel Cedar, Senior Research Professor at the Center for Research and Graduate Studies in Social Anthropology, CIESAS, in Mexico City. We have Salvador Chavelson, or something close to this, anthropologist from the Museu Nacional, the Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro, professor and researcher at the Federal University of São Paulo, Unifesp Osasco. And we have Ana Alfinito Vieira, coordinator of the Criminal Justice Observatory and legal advisor on the Amazon Watch, working here at Fundação Getúlio Vargas. We would like to invite first, we have agreed that we would first give them, each of participants, about 7 to 10 minutes, and to introduce, make like introductory comments to the topic, which is extractivism, land disputes, and territories of resistance. And then we go for more of a conversation between us and the floor. So I would like to start by inviting Rachel to open, yes, because I think you were the one who was like trying to connect the topic and the discussion about autocratization and so on. Yeah, so it would be a great start.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, all right. Thank you, Lara, very much for introducing, and I'm really delighted to be on a panel with Salvador and Ana. I'm looking forward to hearing them, and just very pleased to be here at LawTransform in Sao Paulo. And I have this on my telephone, so this is why I'm squinting at it. Okay, what I want to say today about these huge topics, right, in 7 minutes, are reflections from some of my ongoing research with accompanying and studying and collaborating with indigenous Mayan lawyers collectives in Guatemala who are litigating indigenous people's collective rights to self-determination, right? A whole range of different cases, but increasingly a lot of the cases about territorial rights and about criminalization, which I'll say more about. And maybe I'll say a little bit about the Plurilands project that we have on land rights litigation, but my work in Guatemala is a continuation of this work with these collectives. If we think about judicialization in defense of indigenous people's rights to collective self-determination, it's kind of what a couple of colleagues of mine, Mark Goodell and Olaf Senker, call a case of iconic indexality. Right? It's kind of the promise of justice seeking through law that we had in the last part of the 20th century as the international instruments guaranteeing indigenous people's collective rights and the multi-pluri-constitutionalism that I know Salvador's going to talk about in the region in Latin America, held out enormous promises, right? Promises that the difference was somehow going to be recognized, that long-standing colonial harms were going to be addressed, and some kind of reckoning with the slow violence of genocide and ecocide was going to be part of the legal, right? That the legal was going to give us some traction. And as we know, during the first decades of the 21st century, indigenous peoples in Guatemala and all over the region mobilized through human rights, legal actions, to defend their ancestral territories and ways of being. Right? And we have a ton of research on this. We have an awful lot of research on the use of free, prior, and informed consent. Much of it's super critical. I was kind of thinking about it yesterday, and that seminal article that Cesar's not here at the moment, but that Cesar Rodriguez Garavito wrote, kind of criticizing the turn to the procedural rather than the substantive about free, prior, and informed consultation. I mean, that's 10 years ago, no? That article. So we had, yes, legal victories for the indigenous rights movement. No, they didn't change government development policies. Yes, they did temporarily delay the implementation of some important extractive projects. They seemed maybe to slow things down enough to provide some respite for some communities under threat, at least to reorganize, and they sent signals to other powerful actors that sometimes litigation in defense of collective indigenous rights could have some concrete effects. But in practice, the right to consultation generally, at least in the context I work in, has proved largely declaratory. In the Guatemalan case, the Constitutional Court has always insisted that consultations aren't binding, that they're not a veto. It's an administrative requirement. It's not an administrative requirement that's particularly attended to for the installation and operation of projects, much less to ensure consent for self-determination. I mean, that's just not on the table. And even though we had some pro-rights sentences from the Constitutional Court that recognize a right to consultation, they don't meet the standards, most of them, one of them does, of the Inter-American Court, which is that consultation should be carried out in accordance with indigenous peoples' law and their own governance agreements, arrangements. So, yeah, I'm going to cite my colleague Anna Braconnier here, whose PhD is on these questions, and she says, you know, you can have progressive judgments. They look like progressive judgments, right? They cite all of the Inter-American Commission and court the important judgments and say, yes, indigenous peoples have a right to free, prior, and informed consent, but they don't transform anything. So the difference between progressive judgments and transformative judgments is something that we're grappling with in the Pluri-Lands project on land rights litigation. So that's a kind of bigger question of how we measure transformation through judicialization. And of course, even when you do get sentences that say, stop this mining operation, there's very little enforcement on the ground, right? So there's a particularly noxious case of Russian-financed nickel mine, which has had, you know, order after order to suspend operations, and it just carries on, right? And nobody makes anything. There's nothing seemingly that can be done. So why do we end up here, right? And I think the second point I want to make, and again, kind of thinking through the place that I work, but I think it's relevant to thinking about other places too, is that the intensification of extractive industries has deepened processes of capture of state apparatuses by corrupt elite and criminal networks, right? And we see that all over the region, and I'm seeing Karina nodding because we see lots of it in Mexico. So this kind of drives processes of backlash against institutional reform, the kind of accountability reforms that we have been talking about, the anti-corruption drive that we were talking about yesterday, and the discussion that Sandra and colleagues were having about the book. So we see a backlash against that kind of institutional reform and the stalling, or now the reversal, of earlier legal victories. And in the case of Guatemala, those of you who follow probably know that we don't just have criminalization of indigenous territorial defenders, but we're now having criminalization of public prosecutors who were key anti-corruption public prosecutors. There's a trial going on at the moment of Virginia La Parra, who was the head of the FESI, the Fiscalía contra la Corrupción in Quetzaltenango, and we have dozens of judges and fiscales now in exile, either in Washington or in Mexico. So kind of what does that tell us about the political economy of extractivism? And kind of thinking through, again, some of the conversations from yesterday about path dependency and extractivism. In the case of Guatemala, long history of militarization, pretty low down on, inside Catalina's graph of what nominally counts as democratic, but probably towards the bottom of that. But a history of militarization, military government, extractivism, armed conflict, combined with acts of genocide against indigenous peoples. And now we have new transnational actors, such as this Russian capital investing in mineral mining and fomenting corruption and fomenting political capture. It's quite interesting. Every time I go to hire a car, when I go to do field work, they now offer me the car that normally they offer to the Russians, which has like solid tires that you can't shoot out, right? And blindado. And anyway, I can't afford on our budgets too, and I hopefully don't need them. But Russian interests are all over mining, as well as, of course, of the Chinese interests as well, all over the region. So, different actors with less traction, right? We have less traction through judicialization, mobilization, judicialization / political mobilization. So, today indigenous communities and their allies are subject to systematic criminalization, and we have a renewed wave now of legalized violent dispossession, so the use of the Ministerio Público to pursue cases of usurpación de fincas, illegal occupation of estates. Of course, most indigenous communities in Guatemala don't have formal title, right? But they have long occupation of the lands, and they're now facing violent land grabs and desalojos, how do you say? Evictions. Yeah. So, does the promise of indigenous rights to land and territory held out by international law and multicultural constitutionalism show the limits and even perhaps the dangers of judicialization? And I'm thinking very much about the backlash argument that Sandra, Dan, and Ezequiel are setting out in their book. And I would like to kind of counter the pessimism on this to some extent by thinking about time, right? And in my work, I'm trying to argue that the current kind of if we might call it a juristocratic reckoning with the promise of indigenous rights, we have to view in the longue durée. Right? And that's the question that we were talking about yesterday when, if we want to call it autocratization, and time, kind of what timeframes are we using to talk about these phenomena? Indigenous people have lived with and engaged with hegemonic forms of law since the conquest. And yes, those engagements have acquired new form and new intensity at the end of the 20th century with the shift to codifying international rights for collective rights for indigenous people as human rights, but they've always been accompanied by a keen awareness of the historical role of law in dispossession and colonization of indigenous peoples. And as we know, legal orderings of land and territorial resources are always racially constituted. And we have scholars such as Robert Nichols or Piero Di Gimignani, who works in Chile, who have done wonderful work showing us how historically law in the Americas and elsewhere has made worlds by constituting land as an alienable object, as property. Right? And that process of colonization through the legal displaced or erased alternative understandings of the relationship, alternative forms of law, but alternative understandings of the relationship between people and their environment. I don't even like the word environment, but the entorno, which is better, to justify racialized inequalities grounded in systemic violence. So the central point I want to make, and I hope it's an optimistic note to end on, is that this late 20th century turn to law by indigenous peoples and their allies never ever replaced other horizons of justice which are premised on other life worlds. Right? And that juristocratic shift and its centering of self-determination, as I think Paulo was hinting at, but in maybe making different connections, but I think what that does is it served to amplify claims and histories which were conceived prior to human rights, and they'll continue long after the age of human rights if we decide we declare a death knell on the age of human rights, as some would have us do. But this is a long-run set of processes. So the use of hegemonic law, of human rights law, of constitutional law is only one part of the picture, and maybe not even the main part of the picture. And the central question is how to strengthen indigenous processes of sovereignty, which are grounded often in radically different epistemologies. Right now, in the place I work, we're in a moment of radically reduced spaces, even the limited spaces that were there in the terrain of judicialization are not. And so we're having lots of discussions about whether, if, how, maybe not to judicialize anything at the moment, right? Because, even the not great sentences that we have are probably going to get turned back in judicialization under these current dispensation. I'm going to finish because we have court capture now at every single level. But this is part of a longer cycle. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for this great introduction to our discussion. And of course, a lot of what you're describing is not unique. You're describing for Guatemala is not unique. And we have here Ana Carolina, who has also extensive experience fieldwork in different regions in Brazil, but today she'll be focusing on a case in Pará, but also discussing a lot of the other issues that you mentioned, Rachel. Thank you, Ana.
Thanks, Lara, and thank you, Rachel. So a lot of the things that Rachel has mentioned I will touch upon as well. And I think she also helps me end on, if not on an optimist note, at least on a more open note of where we should look for possibilities. So my first point, I want to start talking about the imaginaries of environmental and ecological collapse that have kind of populated the humanities and the natural sciences over the past years. So we've witnessed a boom of categories that seek to depict, explain, and critique the massive ecological impacts of modern forms of inhabiting the Earth, right? So categories like global climate change, which we all know, maybe the one that we most know, that's most familiar to us, the one that's most present in governance discourses and political and policy-making discourses, is only one of them. Of course, people have been talking about the Anthropocene, the Capitalocene, the Necrocene. So the names, the categories, the imaginaries, the problems that these concepts and theories point to are very different, are very distinct. So they each depict collapse in a different way. I can't go into them now because I have 10 minutes, 9 now, but we can go into them in the discussion. And this is a heated field about how we think about the current era of possible and current collapse. So I want to draw on Malcolm Ferdinand's book, which is called A Decolonial Ecology, Thinking with the Caribbean. And this is why this image is here. And Ferdinand, he argues that the modern storm, the ecological catastrophe that we inhabited, is based on a double fracture. So the double fracture of modernity is first a fracture of coloniality and humanity. So modern forms of inhabiting the Earth, they divide amongst human, less than human, and non-human existences. This is how we organize the world we live in. And the second kind of scission is the ecological environmental fracture, so distinguishing between nature and humanity. Nature being everything that can be governed, extracted, used by humanity. So when we think about the relationship between extractivism, autocratization, law, and collapse, we need this double fracture in mind. One is not separate from the other. Extractivism, carbon emissions, pillage, and the destruction of habitats and ecologies. Ecological collapse cannot exist without the destruction of human communities and their classification and understanding of as less than human. So Ferdinand proposes that we think of coloniality as a negrocene, not a necrocene, but a scene, an era which produces the less than human and the non-human, which he depicts as the negro, the racialized, and those that do not have a place in the world. And this is when he presents to us, so this image, I think it's important for us to look for images as well, to reframe our imaginaries. So this is a painting from 1840 called Slavers Throwing Overboard the Dead and Dying, not the dear and dying, by William Turner. And what Ferdinand argues is that, so this is kind of what Rachel pointed to, the catastrophe as an excuse for autocratization. So the story behind this, there's a storm coming on, so we throw over the slaves. We throw them overboard. The storm, the catastrophe, the modern storm, is the reason for which we deny people a right to be in the world. Now, what Ferdinand says is he proposes that we reorganize this, and that actually it's the act of throwing that creates the storm. So the modern storm, the storm is not on the horizon really here. He says the storm is not present. The storm is created by the way that coloniality and modernity manages, classifies, and declassifies human beings and nature. So this takes us to the territory which I want us to land in right now, which is the Volta Grande do Xingu, a place in Pará state which has been damaged, destroyed, autocratized for many decades now in Brazil. So I want to argue that to research extractivism, we need to look at place. We need to look at geographies as well. And so the Volta Grande do Xingu is a region which is historically inhabited by indigenous groups, by the Xikrin, by the Yujá, by the Arara da Volta Grande, traditional riverine communities, land reform settlements. It's a very plural mosaic of communities, identities, land tenure regimes. And there is a deep historical, democratic also consensus amongst Brazilian public institutions that this is a territory of sacrifice. So this territory will produce energy and resources for other places, for international investors, energy for the cities, compromising its own ability to generate and produce life. So what we know as Belo Monte, the Belo Monte hydropower dam, I'm sure we all know about it, was conceived in the 1970s. It was implemented by the Lula and Dilma governments in Brazil. And so we can go into this later. The environmental licensing process, of course, was plagued with illegalities, all consultations as well, leading today to this situation. I'm just going to point this out here because maybe you don't know the geography. So this is how the Xingu River was before Belo Monte. And then after Belo Monte, so a dam was put here. The river is completely deviated to the hydropower turbines. This is up to 80% of the water of the Volta Grande does not flow to the Volta Grande do Xingu. So this is, today there is a battle for water. There is no water in the Volta Grande. People have not water to drink, no water to bathe in. And so it is in this very fragilized territory where the capacity to house life and develop and different sorts of world building, that there is now a new extractivist, expansionist process going on, because Belo Monte has decreased the river levels, the water levels, making it cheaper to access the minerals that are in this region. This is all the same project, right? It's like Tucuruí, it's like many other regions of the Amazon. So today there is a gigantic gold mining frontier that is opening up in this territory. So this is all gold mining interest. Here's the Volta Grande. This is all gold, owned by Belusan, which is a Canadian mining company that wants to install itself in this region. So of course there are studies showing that the region does not support any large infrastructure projects. We don't know what's going to happen in the region after Belusan. This is still being studied. But nonetheless, this frontier is here. Belusan already has 2 environmental licenses to implement this gold mining project.
And there has been significant resistance, and I just want to speak about this resistance. I think it really touches upon some things that Rachel has mentioned. So on the one hand, I was telling the story to a friend of mine last week at the beach in the Amazonian River. And I said, you know, Sam, that we have 20 lawsuits about Belo Monte, and then we have 15 more about Belusan, FPIC, consultation, environmental licensing. And he said, wow, Anna, how long is this legal purgatory going to last? And I thought, this is an interesting concept, the legal purgatory, because it's a moral concept, and it's about cleansing in a way. So what these suits do, of course, the public prosecutor's office, public defender's office, us as activists who are there, we don't want Belo Monte to happen, Belusan to happen, or Belo Monte. But when we file lawsuits and say, you know, no FPIC has been, no consultation has taken place here, the environmental impact assessment is wrong there, the lawsuits have not questioned the monstrosity of this, but they cleanse somehow, purify the issues that are kind of, you know, marginal to this project, so it becomes a little bit better. You do a consultation here, you improve the environmental impact assessment, and it opens up time indeed, because we get suspensions of the license, but in this time, the mining company improves its project, legitimizes its project, and continues to make impossible the life of people who are in this territory, because there are armed militias in this territory. I've been in many public hearings where many people, so this is the catastrophe, the storm. People say, we don't want to live here anymore, because it's hell. We don't have water, we don't have fish, no piracema, no fish for 7 years now. So it's not even that, the storm has been produced, people are living under the storm. And the way that the law has been mobilized and that courts have pronounced themselves have led to stratification of communities. So reform settlements are not consulted, indigenous communities are, riverine communities, oh, some are not. So it's this partial recognition and stratification. The consultation processes, of course, are not prior, they're not free. And law is always portrayed as the redemption, right? This is a purgatory. I mean, your suffering will be redeemed through law to the extent that your identity becomes the identity of an impacted subject, impacted by modernity. Law recognizes you as this, and it will compensate you in the same sense. So this is all a very pessimistic, and I'm sorry, but this is what we are seeing currently. But I would also like to say that the same issues that Rachel brought up, I mean, should we be judicial? Where should we put our energy? So over the past years, the discussions amongst, a group of guardians of the Volta Grande has emerged in different places of this territory who do not want to judicialize, who want to spend their energy thinking about their own self-defense mechanisms and strategies. And of course, how law can be used very pragmatically in certain places. So in the recognition of territories, this is one place where maybe law can create space for the non-entry of certain extractivist institutions, such as private property. But then that energy might need to be spent in other places, or even considering the legal regime of mining in Brazil, which is autocratic as a whole. There is no way to legally resist mining, legally, in Brazil. If there's a mining interest, if the mining agency thinks that it's economically viable and politically desirable, there is nothing you can do. Only in indigenous lands today, because constitutionally they're protected, but this might not be for a long time. So there are movements such as MAN, the movement for popular sovereignty over mining, that are trying to think about what a popular mining regime looks like. And I don't think this is something that exists anywhere in the world, to be honest, because the separation between the territory, the solis, the underground, and the land, these are all institutions that make it very difficult for different land tenure rights to resist the advancement of mining extraction. So the last thing I wanted to say, somebody said that there were psychologists in the last table. So there is a question, I think, of law and suffering here for us to think about, because environmental suffering, the suffering from this expansion of this frontier, this is what we see when we are on the ground. I know this is not the point of view of many of us who research, institutions and institutional perspectives, but the issue of how human incorporated suffering is being used in these processes and is being generated by them is something that maybe we should start also thinking about and thinking about theoretically as well. Okay, thank you.
Anna, Carolina, thank you so much for such a strong, powerful talk. Yes, and of course connecting a lot with several points raised by Rachel. And thank you for also bringing first the ideas and then bringing this to a very concrete example, as you say, one of many. But one of the questions, of course, you raised several important questions that we will discuss with the audience very soon. But one of your questions were that you say this discussion, this situation raises is where should we put our efforts? And since we are here to discuss what can we do also, what can law do? Of course, you're discussing the limits of judicialization, both of you. But we know that this is now Salvador's talk about constitutions, new constitutions bringing plurinationality and autonomy. He will discuss a few cases. And so please enlighten us in relation to what can we do with new constitutions.
Thank you. I will switch to Portuguese. Eu vou fazer uma fala inicial sobre plurinacionalidade e autonomia e, no final, tentar abrir algumas questões sobre uma experiência específica territorial aqui no Brasil, no Maranhão. A plurinacionalidade tem entrado com o Estatuto Constitucional em 2009 na reforma, na nova Constituição da Bolívia, que alterou o caráter do Estado para plurinacional, eliminando inclusive a palavra república, Estado de Direito e Estado Social também, que estava antes na Constituição. A plurinacionalidade também tem entrado na Constituição de 2008 do Equador, de uma forma mais lateral, junto com o conceito de autonomia, que está também na Constituição boliviana, e autonomia indígena, direitos da natureza e plurinacionalidade estavam no rascunho de Constituição que, em setembro, foi rejeitado num plebiscito no Chile, né? A nova Constituição do Chile. Então, está sendo discutido num debate iniciado pelos povos indígenas, mas que, de fato, acaba sendo incorporado nas constituições latino-americanas, no debate da esquerda, e o conceito hoje está, de fato, em construção. Eu queria falar um pouco de onde pensar essa ideia, esse conceito de plurinacionalidade, e como as forças políticas também têm lidado com ele. Eu queria tentar levar o debate para um contexto de crise das instituições republicanas liberais, né, do século XVIII, uma crise que a direita, a extrema-direita latino-americana, mundial, tem sabido lidar melhor do que a esquerda, né? Essa crise das instituições, das formas políticas de organização social e política modernas, republicanas, né? Porque é ali também que os povos indígenas têm questionado e discutido, incorporado esse conceito de plurinacionalidade. né? No preâmbulo da Constituição boliviana, de fato, a plurinacionalidade aparece como superação da república, do neoliberalismo e da colonialidade, como projeto de descolonização. O neoliberalismo, ao mesmo tempo, vive essa crise, se alimenta da crise, precisa da crise, se expande com a crise das instituições, da vida financiarizada, e aparece como, de um lado, como subjetividade que politicamente se adapta tanto às formas estatais quanto às formas que no território, eu diria, não só se adapta, mas captura, né, e modifica as formas territoriais de autonomia. A própria democracia se encontra funcionando ou dançando na música do neoliberalismo. A pergunta, então, de que forma essa tentativa de superar o neoliberalismo, a colonialidade e a república, né, que na América Latina esteve associada, foi uma continuidade da colonização europeia, institucionalmente, em termos políticos e sociais também. E aí, então, é importante ver como as modulações dessa ideia de plurinacionalidade têm lidado no debate político com as formas, as lutas do território, que é da onde nasce, né? Plurinacionalidade nasce de lutas territoriais, mas vai se tornando como um conceito um pouco afastado, um conceito que se aproxima de uma forma também neoliberal, eu diria, de lidar com identidades. Assim, a plurinacionalidade, inclusive a autonomia, como uma forma que, quando vira um conceito estatal, se incorpora num regime de comoditização, né, de transformação de um território numa identidade e num território, como estavam falando Anne e Rachel, incorporado, um território incorporado. Como, de alguma forma, o progressismo, a esquerda, incorpora um conceito também lido apenas em termos identitários e não de uma territorialidade autônoma, ou do que podemos entender como uma cosmopolítica, as formas de habitar o território das populações tradicionais, as formas de lidar com o Estado. E um outro conceito que aparece na discussão, que foi incorporado também na Constituição da Bolívia, não na do Equador, nem nos debates do Chile, né? Apesar do que o movimento indígena Mapuche ia nessa direção, que o conceito de comunidade. Então, para fechar essa parte da discussão, eu queria deixar essas tensões, assim, plurinacionalidade do território, da comunidade, da autonomia, ou uma plurinacionalidade da inclusão progressista, digamos assim, no Estado de Direito, que, num sentido multicultural, talvez, incorpora a plurinacionalidade como identidades, mas não como formas de habitar um território, como formas de vida e como cosmopolítica. E só alguns comentários sobre a experiência dos guardiões da floresta, os guardiães da floresta, que é uma rede de 6 grupos étnicos no Maranhão e no Pará, criando estratégias de autodefesa e proteção do território contra invasão extrativista e de diferentes formas de exploração legal e ilegal do território. Tem sido uma experiência que, de alguma forma, se encontra também com o tensionamento que eu mencionava antes. Defesa do território, guardiães da floresta, num sentido cosmopolítico, de uma comunidade que encontra suas formas de habitar um território, de defender um território, ou uma forma de tornar, de chegar, por exemplo, com políticas de segurança e com as formas estatais que vêm junto com as formas do mercado, de entrar e, de alguma forma, traduzir um território nessa linguagem que o mercado e o Estado sabem lidar, né? E esse tensionamento aparecia, né, nas conversas a partir dessa experiência de autodefesa, na discussão dos caminhos, por exemplo. É preciso tornar a floresta, o território indígena, circulável, com caminhos construídos para que os defensores, para que os guardiões, com veículos de automotores circulem e controlem o território, ou existem outras formas de habitar e de defender, de estar no território, né? Inclusive numa cosmopolítica que incorpora a floresta num sentido para além da natureza, digamos assim, para além da commodity, da mercadoria, incorporando um mundo social habitado não apenas por humanos. E a pergunta dessa experiência específica é essa, né? Os guardiões da floresta como descentralização territorial, incorporar numa institucionalidade estatal, republicana, moderna, ou outra coisa. Acredito que nessas experiências hoje tem lutas e tem perguntas que vão nessa direção. Obrigado.
Muito obrigada, Salvador. So it's really fascinating, this question, as you say, formas de habitar o território that you identified both in the making of this new constitution with a space for plurinationality and autonomy, but also in this very specific case of protection of forests and groups. This question is also present there. I think I would like to first see if we could have very quick reactions from each other here, and then open for the audience. We have it's 11:04, and then we have until 11:30. So, yes, if you'd like to comment on, or we should open already for the. Yes, yeah. Thank you.
I just have one thing that I want to respond that Anna's making me think about, that we were talking about before we started, her terrifying example of how this mega hydroelectric dam then lowers the water levels, so then mining becomes much more profitable than it would have been previously. And it makes me think of an example I was looking at, not in research, just came across in the Golfo de Fonseca in Central America, which is a region destroyed by cotton farming over decades, is now on the way to becoming desert and is being prospected by companies who run these massive solar farms, most of them in the Middle East, but they're now starting to look to regions that are so desertified that they can't sustain human life, but they can be hugely profitable. So I just wanted to kind of flag that and chuck it into the discussion because of the, yes, the zones of sacrifice generate not just now the economic opportunities, but economic futures, right? Based on that kind of extirpation that you're talking about of all life.
Thank you. I would like to open. We have already two. Yeah, sorry, please.
I think I just want to make one. I just want to make one comment for maybe to also for the discussion, because I think that this table and especially like Salvador's intervention, but also when Rachel talks about the way that the communities that she's been working with and have been thinking about and conceiving the law and what resistance is I think that this table kind of opens us to different sensibilities and questions. So talking about different forms of inhabiting the world is not necessarily a way of speaking that lawyers are acquainted to. And I think this is something that that the law and people who research and work with the law can and should learn and speak to these different sensibilities and concepts and categories which were not generated by us necessarily, but that may help us think of other trajectories and other futures and other potentialities for the way that the law is also made and interpreted and used in mobilization. So I just wanted to put this out there because as a person that's trained in law and that has been speaking to anthropologists for a while, I think that this is an interesting and challenging discussion and encounter of disciplinary worlds and forms of thinking.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, and I also think maybe if we could also consider bring back your idea of time. Since you're optimist, I was just trying to Rachel's point, how can we take from there and then maybe be a little bit optimistic despite all this that we discussed. So we have Karina, Siri, and Florian, and then I take the group there, okay?
Thank you, Rachel, Salvador, and Anna, for your presentation. I'm really, really happy to listen because I'm not close of this kind of topics, so my intervention maybe is of the other. I'm trying to reflect from another point of view. And I think at least in Rachel's and Anna's interventions, one clear point is that judicialization has its limits. Yesterday we discussed about that, and Paola proposed in the last panel that maybe from the limits of judicialization, politicization, and came back to traditional politics is a way to resolve these tensions or these problems of dispossession. Do you think this turn is the way, or are you thinking in other possibilities to escape the tension between judicialization and politicization? And the other comment is, I see in both panels too that we are having discussions at very different levels. So macro discussions and micro discussions. Do you think that there is a kind of dialogue possible or links or mediation that can be built between these two levels?
I think it's Catalina. No, it's Siri.
So thank you so much. This was incredible, and it also followed the thoughts from the last panel. So I have a couple of thoughts that I'd just like to put. So I think that you really came strongly with the opportunities of a crisis, the way that crisis presents opportunities for politics, but also for business. I mean, I was thinking about some other cases when you were talking, Rachel, because, I mean, even in Norway, of course, global warming is really good for Norway because it opens up the ice in the north. We can do more drilling. And also fishing and transport, lots of economic opportunities. It also creates the necessity of green energy, means that the big windmills are built on reindeer farming land. And very interestingly, the reindeer farmers won in the courts. 1 year later, nothing has happened. So it's a blatant case of non-enforcement, which is actually not so common in the Norwegian system. Very interesting. So that is one. So, and of course, thinking about it maybe in the Indian context, the but everywhere. The possibilities of an even closer connection between big capital and government. Because because we see that this presents so many opportunities in the regulatory field and in this connection. So I think that is one really important thing. The other was, so thank you so much for the images and the imaginaries. And I think the power of imaginaries, so it goes to the crisis, which is obviously important, and it made me think about social contract theory. So we all know that the difference between Hobbes and Locke is the way they portray, well, one difference, is the way they portray the original situation, the state of nature. And if the state of nature is some that makes life nasty, British, and short, it means that the Leviathan can have all the powers. I mean, then government can have all powers because then there is no sort of negotiation. If the state of nature is more pleasant, then you can have more rights. And I think this is really, really interesting because it is really about, so there is a super important political power and currency in the imaginaries. And I just think that this really also goes to the heart of the debate around democracy and autocratization and resilience that we've had. Because I think that this really is super important. And then there's a last one, even if I know time is difficult, but one more. So the Turner painting is, of course, particularly devastating because we all think about the people who we sort of sacrifice at sea globally, every day, in a very, very similar way. I mean, we just sacrifice people in this whole context. So it's just, and I don't know how right to put that, but it's of course part of this whole complex. And yeah, but thank you so much.
Florian? I think it's Florian now, and then we can, because then it's three people there, so we just take them together. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
thanks. So I'll be as quickly as possible. So yeah, so this is of course the sort of fundamental decolonial epistemological challenge, no? And I think, but what's interesting about this panel, about our event here, is of course this trying to give this a concrete footing, an empirical footing. No? So I think, and I wonder especially Salvador and Anna in communication in a sense. No? So one thing is how does one resolve the question of, in a sense, broader political economy, yeah, which you can't forget. So first of all, of course, and I'm sure you are the first to be aware of this, you know, indigenous communities aren't sort of that homogeneous, and there's all kinds of layers of aspiration and desire. I think there are activists who definitely try to think post-Eurocentric and possibly of reconstructing pre-contact kind of social relations and social reproduction, but I think there's many others who see the fight and the resistance as a fight for equality, which is a very modern thing, including using rights language, not just legal rights in the courts. They might be skeptical of the courts because of, you know, Rachel's wonderful term of court capture, yeah. But they still will use metaphorically the rights language to claim equality in relation to other parts of the population that are, you know, those on the ship, in Turners, you know, and of course that brings you back into the modern fold to a certain extent. No? And the other thing is, of course, so who's, yeah, okay, so you've got the Canadian companies, blah blah, doing gold mining, but the big problem is also the garimpeiros, the illegal, the small-scale gold mining, etc., which is absolutely horrible, etc. And there's a direct clash with indigenous communities, but these are highly impoverished, very often nordestinos, etc., who themselves are displaced, who themselves migrate into these territories, and who, you know, where basically you throw disenfranchised people against other disenfranchised people, and then watch the war, kind of, yeah. And again, the question is then, how can that resistance be articulated? Because on the more epistemologically more extreme side of the decolonial framework, what you end up with is a necessary separatism, a sort of incommensurability. Yeah? So if we try to opt out of modernity, basically. Yeah? But the moment you opt out of modernity, you lose all of those vocabularies, in a sense. And you lose interaction. You lose, in a sense, communication almost. Yeah? How are you going to establish some kind of bridge between the garimpeiros, or not as garimpeiros, but these communities, and the indigenous people, for example, outside of some kind of commonality? What's the commonality and stuff? How can we resolve this?
Thank you very much. I think maybe we should, yeah, I'm just concerned about, yeah, there was a lot. So we just, if you can wait a little bit, and then we maybe have a few minutes more. Yeah, please, who would like to start? Yeah.
So thank you for all the comments and questions, and I think I'll start with Florian's comment because it's such an interesting and important one. And of course, I have not the answers to these questions, but I would even add complexity to your comments in saying that, well, you know, you bring up the issue of the garimpeiros and of the connection, communication, identity building between these, and of many garimpeiros in the Tapajós region at least, they're indigenous people, and they belong to the indigenous ethnicity, which are the Munduruku, which have been potentially the most radical in defending their territory against extractivism and against many kind of encroachments on their land. So you can imagine the internal tensions that are there and the internal external tensions. And what can I, and in the Volta Grande do Xingu specifically, this is also an interesting point, that was a region of garimpo. So the big bend of the Xingu, which I just showed on the map, there are 3 garimpeiro villages there historically since the 1980s. These are people who were thrown out of Serra Pelada and had to reestablish themselves in different places of Brazil to make their living, and many of them mined gold. And these are the people that we are working with to resist against Belo San. And what the Canadian mining company does against, again, the storm, right? So the region is already degraded because of historical garimpo, so it makes no difference now if we go in with industrial mining and build a cave, an open pit the size of the Empire State Building. This is a discourse that the mining company uses. And the first thing that this company did was to prevent garimpeiros from mining in the territory. This is the first thing they did. They ended their licensing for garimpo. So the garimpeiros were the first to resist the company. And this is not only there. The battle between garimpeiros and industrial mining is a big battle, everywhere. Because the history is that mining will start with garimpo, and then a big international firm will arrive and try to remove this big mass of people, and this Serra Pelada, the massacres of Marabá, of the landless movement, which were garimpeiros beforehand. This is a historical conflict, and this is a conflict that few people, scholars, researchers, and social movements have been able to deal with. Hmong, which I mentioned before, is one of them. So what the movement for national sovereignty, popular sovereignty over mining says is that, you know, everything is legal in garimpo. 2 things are illegal. First, where it happens, within indigenous territories. Second, labor, because it's a big mass of dispossessed, many of them indigenous peoples. So this is a big issue. I don't have an answer, but I think we can stay with the question and complexify it. And I think one person that did manage to make this connection between identities, to bridge, to communicate, was Chico Mendes in Brazil, with his Alliance of the Peoples of the Forest. And I believe that this is something that we need to go back to go back to his framing, to go back to his political work, to go back to his extreme capacity of with the seringueiros, which were like the garimpeiros of the time, right? I mean, big masses of dispossessed men mostly, with violent, very violent conflict against indigenous peoples. And there was this movement in the 1980s and 90s, which, anyway, so we have Marina Silva here, maybe back again, and we have these imaginaries, and we have these forms. So very, maybe I'll leave the limits of judicialization one. That's, I mean, the question, I think my answer would also be to just open up more space for thinking. And there has been quite a bit of literature on law and the Anthropocene, or law and these imaginaries of collapse, right? And these diagnoses of our time. And what the law cannot do and what the law can do. And so there's a large literature on earth jurisprudence that I think was mentioned here, and the rights of nature, which is kind of an expansion of the law, of course. So again, this redemptive capacity. So, okay, unfortunately, the nature-human divide is the last big divide we have. Because we had divides between men and women, we overcame that one, we liberated women, and then, between races, and now the races are all liberated, and they're all included in the law. And now the last frontier of liberal modern law is nature, is recognizing nature as a subject of rights. And there are extensive critiques towards this literature and towards this imaginary of legal expansion always. And there are people thinking about how the law, I think this talks a lot to Rachel and Salvador as well, can be mobilized, thought of, rethought, recast as an instrument of its own limitation. This is a little bit paradoxical and complex, but how the law can itself create zones which are protected from the penetration of certain legal institutions, such as private property, such as extraction, such as in indigenous lands. Of course, then you have the paradox, because then the law itself has to protect those territories, and it doesn't. But we can think about how this process generates other agencies, that what Salvador is saying, about the autonomous self-protection processes, and how this is also a legal process, right? Autonomy is set within, and I think serious. So I'm going to pass it on. I'm sorry.
You can hold it.
No.
No, I just that I would like to. Salvador, if you'd like to comment or answer one of the questions, and Rachel as well, and just to make sure that we have time for the three people who are there also with new questions. No, but I think also as Siri always said, the exchanges, this is all about, we really need to hear and get, your comments, reflections, and questions, and we are not expecting to have all the answers, and at least not the answers now, but we can continue the conversation later. But I'd like to open. Would you like to? Okay, yes, so I will follow Salvador's suggestions. We just get your the three friends here, Tatiana, Carlos, and...
Hello, thank you very much for the lectures. It was really good. My name is Ana Clara, and I have two questions, one for Salvador and the other for Rachel. A minha pergunta para o Salvador é, eu não entendo muito sobre plurinacionalidade, eu estou começando a estudar agora, e eu queria entender como que ela surgiu. E essa questão que você falou, de você pegar a lógica de outros sistemas e colocar ela dentro de constituições, até que ponto essas constituições elas vão ser transformadas, ou o sistema que já existe, na verdade, vai de alguma forma mudar? Assim, é porque eu estou fazendo mestrado numa decisão da Corte Interamericana de Direitos Humanos que ela reconheceu um direito dos povos indígenas, e apesar de ele ter sido reconhecido na prática, isso não funcionou, porque o racional diferente ele foi absorvido e foi colocado de lado. E assim, o status quo, vamos dizer assim, ele prevaleceu. Então, minha dúvida seria se seria possível como isso funcionaria. And my question to Rachel is that you talked about other ways into resisting the system, and I would like to know if the other would be like, as Edward Saidi said, in like Orientalism, the idea that it would be something different from what like Western societies would think. In that case, which would be the solutions, and what would be their space in our system. Thank you very much.
Tatiana, please. Thank you. I have a question that draws actually on your comment before with this idea of climate change and all these disputes, like the extractivist disputes that we have known for the past 30 years. It seems that they're still the same in the structure, right? So it's just like taking new topics and new resources, and then maybe like they have been transforming a bit, but the structure seems to be the same, right? But then the climate change debate, as Carlos said in the previous panel, it seems that you have all these policies and financing, but the implementation of climate change policies need to go through indigenous territories in most parts of the world, right? Especially in Latin America. So I wonder if we can think about that fact as a new structure of opportunity for mobilization. You know, like thinking about those autonomous experiences that Salvador was talking about, in which you can overturn liberal institutions, of course, with mobilization processes, right? So you have plurinationality based on identities, which was a very nice way to put it. Like it was based on identities, not about territories. But what about if you use that institution, as it has happened with so many other cases for indigenous peoples, and overturn that? So that would imply to think about the threat as a new structure of opportunity for mobilization. And it might imply to leave the law, I mean, at a side or behind, or something like that. So I wonder, like, if we can think about it, because it would open up new ways for mobilization and new social legal strategies. And
thank you, Carlos.
Thank you so much for the panel. I just have two very quick reactions. The first one is that I have heard David Abrams' obsession with not calling this moment the Anthropocene, because he's again putting the humans in the center and saying, like, basically we're the ones who are fucked up. And he's saying, like, well, maybe not us first, there are others who are. So I love that kind of the discussion. But I do think that there is also when we start thinking about, like, if humans are not the only ones who are dying, we should also add maybe to the conversations, what about if lawyers are also not the ones that were dying, because that's like one of the main disciplines that have been like trying to solve the problem, and it had not been useful. So I do think that there's a personal, professional, and intellectual conversation around the ones that should be, as my colleagues will say, should be rotten, and maybe that's one of the sciences that should be, or knowledges. E depois eu tenho uma pergunta para você, Salvador, porque você falou muito das reformas constitucionais. Mas eu gostaria de saber o que você acha sobre os reconhecimentos judiciais, que tem um reconhecimento da plurinacionalidade e os direitos da natureza. Eu estou aqui pensando sobre todas as propostas do povo sarajaco, que falam sobre nós somos os proprietários do território, somos as pessoas que conhecemos o que a natureza quer dizer. Então, não sei o que você acha sobre as transformações via decisões judiciais para o reconhecimento da plurinacionalidade. Obrigado.
Thank you so much for this second round of great questions. I try to talk quick as possible, or minimum as possible. You have also a very quick question, because now I will be giving our panelists maybe 1-2 minutes, and then when I sign, I might just say hello, and then we. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have I think a practical question, because at some point in her presentation, Anna said what should be done. Okay, and also there was a general sense about the limits of judicialization to tackle with this particular issue. But I do think that you were talking about different type of problems, and the place to fight each of the battles were different. That is, for example, who decides, when it was decided, the constructions or the buildings of those dams? Who were involved in those decisions? Because one thing is to go and battle the consequences of the construction of the dam once it's over there, and it's difficult to eliminate that fact. But the other thing is to have your battle where the decision was made, so to block the decision at that point. So one thing is perhaps judicialization, once it's done, it's useless or the effects are minimum. But if you're able to block the decision in the first time, the consequences are completely different. And in order to see whether you can do that or not, one of the things is, for example, in a case like Brazil, whether states have or municipal governments or just the federal government are the ones that decide on that. So your battle will be placed in some other space, not necessarily in the region where the dam was already built. And the other thing is that, for example, the conflicts with the irregular, how you call the mineros, the people, yes, okay, it's, you know, that's like fighting, you know, narco-traffic dealers, in the sense that it's an irregular and I mean the irregularity of the activity. I mean, it's not an activity that in itself has been approved by the central government itself. You can say that they make a, you know, they let it happen, but still there is not a formal authorization for that. So that type of activities may involve some other type of strategies. What I'm mainly trying to get is that, of course, judicialization have limits, because it can attack certain problems, but not all of them. So there are some problems that have to be fought in some other places, and perhaps with some other instruments. It's not, what I'm mainly saying is that judicialization cannot solve everything.
Thank you, Catalina. So I will give the word to our panelists, 1 minute each. I know there's a lot to be discussed, but as I say, we have lunch, we have a cocktail later, so welcome to continue the conversation. This is all about the exchanges.
You want me to start? Okay, 1 minute. God, there's such a lot so I'm just going to be really telegraphic. I think the problem about doing this kind of presentations is that we end up with kind of liberal democracy on one side and indigenous epistemologies on the other side, and everybody ends up in binaries, or law is all good or law is all bad, and I don't think that's what anybody on the panel is saying. But what we are saying is it's not just about the incorporation of indigenous peoples into the premises of liberal, democratic, as normal politics, right? Which we're anyway here to discuss another iteration of crisis of. And that what we're talking about is pointing to perhaps beyond, right, the canon of existing liberal democratic constitutionalism, which is not to say that indigenous peoples do not mobilize ideas of rights, do not claim for equality, are not part of broader political society, but it's about saying that it's not only reducible to that. And people who know what I've been writing about juridification and judicialization is that I see judicialization as just kind of one part of engagement, of political engagements with law, which have been mobilized in many, many, many different ways. Yeah, Siri, yes, opening of the Arctic. What does that do in terms of the kinds of connections between business and government? I think those are like super big questions, and the political currency of the imaginaries is precisely what indigenous people do when they go to court, right? It's about mobilizing alternative political imaginaries. I'm sure my minute is up, so I'm going to stop.
Salvador, please.
Apareceu em várias intervenções esse limite, né, do direito, da linguagem dos direitos para falar de problemas que a princípio vêm de outro lugar. E aí eu lembrei do conceito, Marisol de la Cadena fala de antropo non sin, né? O que o homem não vê, sin, não de cena, mas de visual. o que fica de fora, né? Que Viveiros de Castro trabalha também com a ideia de equivocação, né? O desafio é como criar conceitos jurídicos que não virem apenas ficções ou símbolos mobilizados politicamente e que não têm efeitos nas lutas territoriais, né? Não podem ser incorporados nas mobilizações, etc. O povo de Sarayaku tem um conceito para lidar com isso, de selva viviente, né? A ideia de selva viviente. O desafio é como questionar não apenas o marco jurídico republicano liberal, mas o próprio antropocentrismo, sem que fique apenas como um símbolo usado politicamente na guerra comunicacional, né? E acredito que a ideia de plurinacionalidade nasce exatamente dali, de lutas do território que muitas vezes vão ficando de fora, né? Quando a discussão entra em outros espaços. Isso, obrigado.
Desculpa, é terrível a função de interromper quando a pessoa está falando uma coisa que você quer escutar. Mas vamos continuar, por favor, Ana.
Então, acho que só dois comentários para... sorry, so just two comments to conclude, which are kind of implicit, I think, in at least what I tried to put forth in the discussion. So this issue that we need to go beyond the legal ramifications of identity and of the world. So when we speak about the peoples and the extraction and the destruction of the earth or the Amazon, we need to go beyond the indigenous. So this is one thing. We can't essentialize the indigenous. We can't think that the Amazon is constituted only of indigenous peoples. This is a very complex identitarian and territorial context in which there are conflicts, there are lines of flight in which identity escapes from what the law says. So this is why we need anthropological sensibilities as well, not to let the law freeze conflict in the way that it wants to freeze and pacify conflict. And concerning the imaginaries of collapse, I urge us to go beyond and beneath climate change as the reified, essential, collapse vocabulary and grammar that we have today, because we need other languages, we need to look at different perspectives. I love that lawyers may die out, I don't know, but we will definitely change. And I think the rest of the questions we can discuss over lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to invite everyone who is here to have lunch, the same place as yesterday. Those who are not here yesterday, just follow the group and remind you that we are back here. Today it's a little bit more time, but, sorry? Yes, yeah, over the road. And then we have a cocktail at 4, so also, yes. Oh my goodness, my son. And also, just to say,
Márcia, minha querida.
So welcome everyone to this roundtable on anti-racism and indigenous governance. We will be having a conversation together until 2:15. So we have more or less 1 hour, 15 minutes to talk about these issues. Welcome Sheila, welcome Mauricio, welcome Natalia. Our panelists, I'll introduce them. José Mauricio Arruti from Unicamp is a professor of the Department of Anthropology at Unicamp and researcher at CEBRAP. He's linked to Núcleo Afro. He develops research with Quilombola communities and indigenous peoples, especially on ethnicity, territory, memory, and education. He currently coordinates the research and extension project on Quilombola access to justice and the role of public defenders. He participates in the consultative councils of the Edgar Lorenroth Archive, AEL, and the Center for Anthropology of Educational Processes at the Faculty of Education. He's a researcher at the Center for Research in Indigenous Ethnology, CIPEI, and the Center for Rural Studies, CERES, where he coordinates the Laboratory for Research and Extension with traditional Amerindian and Afro-American populations. Welcome, Mauricio. Sheila de Carvalho from Colonização Negra por Direitos. Coalition. She's an international human rights lawyer, director of political advocacy at the Peregum Black Reference Institute, founder and partner of Carvalho Sequeira Advogados. That doesn't have a good translation into English. It's important to say both genders. Coordinator of the Institutional Violence Unit of the Brazilian Bar Association of Sao Paulo, the Human Rights Commission of the Bar Association, and the Legal Reference Center of Artigo 19. She's also a fellow of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. And I've heard from Marta that she's also in the transitional government right now, and she's going to Brasilia after this. Thank you so much, Sheila, for joining us today, for your time with us. Natalia Sandoval from FGV. She's an assistant professor at the School of International Relations of the Getulio Vargas Foundation. She holds a PhD in government from the University of Texas, earned a master's in political science from Los Andes University in Colombia. She studied law and specialized in constitutional law at the National University of Colombia. And she specializes in law and politics, comparative politics as well. Especially her research focuses on Latin American courts and human rights and the relationship between courts and local communities. Welcome, Natalia. So I suggest that we have around 7 minutes each, and with a very general question for you to share with us about your engagement with anti-racism and indigenous governance. What has been your experience, and if there is anything in particular that you would like to highlight? Should we start?
Okay.
This one?
Boa tarde. Perdoem ter perdido o horário da parte da manhã. Olá. Ok? Tá ouvindo? Boa tarde. Perdoem ter perdido o horário da parte da manhã, mas vamos tentar repor, né, a discussão. Bom, meu engajamento, né? Eu tinha preparado falar do meu trabalho, não do meu engajamento, mas eu acabei fazendo algumas anotações rápidas aqui, né? Eu diria que o meu engajamento tem duas dimensões. Uma dimensão histórica, de um interesse histórico, em especial sobre o tema da escravidão e do cercamento de terras, como dimensões formativas da sociedade brasileira, produzindo um especial interesse sobre povos indígenas e quilombolas, né? Então, desse ponto de vista, é que eu reúno, né, e leio conjuntamente esses dois universos que, em geral, na academia são dedicados a disciplinas diferentes, campos temáticos diferentes. E, por outro lado, numa dimensão antropológica, meu grande interesse nos processos de reconhecimento dessas comunidades contemporaneamente como sujeitos de direito e como sujeitos políticos, né? Suas condições, as condições de reconhecimento, seus processos de instituição como sujeitos, né? que envolvem dimensões bastante complexas do ponto de vista da descrição sociológica, antropológica, e como isso pode alterar não só as suas realidades, mas como pode alterar também a nossa concepção de sociedade nacional. Isso tem se traduzido, né, em estudos sobre povos indígenas, né, marcados, em especial por aqueles marcados pela noção de etnogênese ou etnização, que me levou também a me interessar, a partir da década de 90, meados da década de 90, pelas comunidades quilombolas, quando eu percebi que elas passavam por um processo análogo àqueles que eu observava junto às comunidades indígenas, em especial do Nordeste, que eu comecei a trabalhar. E tanto no campo dos estudos dos povos indígenas do Nordeste, quanto no caso das comunidades quilombolas, o meu trabalho tem se dividido entre relatórios de avaliação de impacto e de conflitos, laudos de reconhecimento territorial e minhas teses de mestrado e doutorado, né? Então, eu tenho um pouco tentado cobrir um campo que cobre a antropologia de um lado e história, mas também um campo de atuação que é acadêmico e, de alguma forma, de intervenção, né? E é nesse escopo, atualmente, é que surge a pesquisa atual, que você já fez referência, que foi uma provocação da Associação Nacional de Defensores e Defensoras Públicas, em meio a uma série de debates pontuais sobre defesa de direitos de comunidades quilombolas em São Paulo, uma provocação para que a gente montasse um projeto nacional sobre a atuação das defensorias públicas no Brasil junto às comunidades quilombolas. Então, nós aceitamos, de uma forma talvez pouco atenta ao tamanho do trabalho que isso representava, realizar um levantamento nacional sobre a atuação das defensorias públicas junto às comunidades quilombolas. E nós estamos fechando, nesse momento, um período de 2 anos. Estou entregando o relatório dia 15 também, como vários relatórios estão sendo entregues dia 15, reunindo, basicamente, informações levantadas ao longo desses 2 anos sobre a atuação das defensorias públicas, né, nesse campo, né. Como é um campo totalmente não trabalhado, não existia um acúmulo, nenhum acúmulo nesse campo, o nosso trabalho nesses 2 anos foi basicamente de constituir bancos de dados, bancos de informação, constituição de fontes documentais, de fontes de depoimentos, né, um grande acervo para constituir, produzir alguma visibilidade em torno do tema, e a partir de agora a gente começa a pautar algumas discussões mais analíticas, mais teóricas em torno dessa questão, em torno dos materiais levantados em torno disso, né? E aí eu não sei se eu já apresento ou se a gente passa a palavra e você retorna depois.
Yeah, you can.
Então, enfim, alguns temas começam a surgir, né, como de interesse, né? Como que a prática, junto aos litígios, né, quilombolas, tem instituído um direito quilombola? É possível falar nisso, né? E se a gente falar em termos de direitos quilombolas, como e quais os limites entre esse direito e os direitos indígenas, né? Como é que esses 2 campos se relacionam? E uma pergunta subsidiária é essa: pensar nos direitos quilombolas é a mesma coisa que pensar nos direitos das chamadas populações tradicionais, que hoje também emergem como sujeitos de direitos, sujeitos políticos no Brasil? Existem singularidades entre esses campos, ou eles se cruzam todos e buscam as mesmas fontes? Essa é uma primeira questão muito ampla, né, mas que é de interesse para os nossos interlocutores no campo da defensoria pública. Uma segunda questão que eu trago desde o início do projeto é como as próprias comunidades quilombolas e suas assessorias jurídicas, porque hoje existe um grupo ampliado de quilombolas formados em faculdade de Direito, que começam a constituir um grupo, né, um coletivo de advogados quilombolas, como que as próprias comunidades e suas assessorias jurídicas concebem o acesso à justiça, né? E aí a gente tem que fazer algumas ponderações desde para ir limpando o terreno, né? E uma primeira ponderação é chamar a atenção sobre como justiça para essas comunidades não é representada propriamente pelo Estado, mas pelos grandes proprietários de terra, né? Justiça é a imagem do poder dos grandes proprietários de terra, em geral, mais do que a imagem de um Estado. E, nesse sentido, o problema político, né, do ponto de vista antropológico, para pensar a questão do poder entre as comunidades quilombolas, estaria menos associado ao problema de uma oposição ao Estado, ou na linguagem clássica do Pierre Clastres, né, de uma sociedade contra o Estado, e mais para uma sociedade contra a centralização, né, ou contra a segmentação do comum. Então, a gente já percebe, desde o início, que a ideia de comum é muito mais importante, né, enquanto problema comunitário, enquanto problema político e jurídico, do que propriamente as disputas políticas em torno da centralização do poder. E uma outra questão diz respeito a quais os significados que a gente pode atribuir o privilégio do direito à terra, que a gente encontra fartamente documentado nesses processos, nessas litigâncias, né? A terra é um tema absolutamente central, mas a minha experiência com o trabalho junto às comunidades indígenas levanta um alerta com relação a isso, né? Eu vou só fazer um pequeno apontamento. Na década de 1970, né, no período de 1970, com o fortalecimento, com a emergência de um indigenismo alternativo no Brasil, surgiu um lema muito poderoso naquele momento, que era índio é terra. Esse era um tema, era um chavão, né, era um slogan, né, muito potente naquele momento e que mobilizava a ação política. No entanto, com o passar do tempo e com a emergência das próprias comunidades indígenas enquanto atores que falam por si mesmos, índio é terra começou a ser um lema cada vez mais relativizado, né? Não porque a terra não seja fundamental, mas porque está em jogo, né, uma série de outros traços, outros elementos que constituem esses povos, né? Como, por exemplo, os saberes, né? A possibilidade de uma educação própria, né? Existe um tema da mobilidade. Hoje, quase 50% da população indígena é urbana. Então, essa população também se espera se ver representada na discussão jurídica, né? Então, a ideia de índio é terra começa, né, com o tempo, a perder, começa a revelar o modo pelo qual ela é uma redução ontológica, vamos dizer assim. Então, é por isso também que a gente coloca como um dos problemas para a nossa pesquisa investigar as razões e os significados da centralidade do tema da terra nas ações judiciais junto à comunidade quilombolas, porque isso, obviamente, pode estar relacionado à importância monumental que o acesso à terra tem, mas pode estar associado também a uma série de outros fatores que escapam a isso e que dizem respeito a uma sociologia das mediações jurídicas, né? Uma sociologia das condições de acesso, né? Fechando, bom, eu acho que é só por isso. Obrigado.
Olá a todas e todos, todes. Saúdo a plateia em nome aqui da minha companheira de lutas, Dandara Hudson, que vai estar aqui amanhã com vocês. Saúdo, parabenizo a organização desse evento, na pessoa da Marta Machado, né, e de todas as mulheres que estavam aqui envolvidas para fazer isso acontecer. Realmente é um evento incrível. Eu queria até participar de todos os painéis que eu tinha mencionado para a Marta, mas, infelizmente, a conjuntura brasileira não permite, né? Então, tenho que estar aí cumprindo a função desse momento de transição da barbárie, né, para a volta do Estado Democrático de Direito que a gente está tentando construir lá em Brasília. Agradeço o convite, né? Agradeço aqui a Catalina pela apresentação. E acho que para mim cumprir assim um desafio, né, até nesse momento, pensar esse lugar múltiplo, né, que eu ocupo dentro da luta antirracista e tentar trazer isso aqui para a gente compartilhar, né, a nível de inclusive metodologias organizativas, né? Então eu não tive muita opção dessa questão da luta antirracista, porque o mundo impõe, né, que pessoas negras tenham que aí ficar fazendo esse enfrentamento diário, né? Infelizmente não posso dizer que tenha sido uma escolha abraçar a luta antirracista por conta própria, né? Mas assim, aceitei o desafio, porque é isso que também, a partir do momento que a gente inicia o nosso letramento racial e a partir do momento que a gente consegue entender o lugar no mundo que nos é cabido, né, por conta do racismo, é difícil não enfrentar ou se dispor para fazer esse enfrentamento, se colocar dentro dessa luta, né? Acho que, para mim, assim como muitas outras pessoas negras de pele mais clara, também houve um momento de se reconhecer enquanto uma pessoa negra, né, num Brasil que, né, historicamente tenta apagar as nossas identidades, tenta apagar a visibilidade da pessoa negra, né? Então, tem até um livro que é muito legal, que é da Bianca Santana, minha companheira da Coalizão Negra por Direitos, que ela fala, né, quando eu me descobri negra, um livro sobre esse momento que ela viveu e que muitas de nós também viveu em algum momento, né? E aí, a partir do momento que você se entende como uma pessoa negra, você vê como o racismo sempre fez parte da sua vida, você só não conseguia enxergar, né? Então, eu lembro muito desse momento e lembro de coisas, situações que me vieram à mente da infância, né, e que colocam ali uma prática, uma vivência do racismo desde muito cedo, né? Então, isso acaba sendo ali um elemento na construção. Eu venho do movimento negro e eu venho também das institucionalidades, né? Eu fiz direito. Então, são dois lugares que eu ocupo e tento, né, ocupar, trazendo para a centralidade a luta antirracista. No movimento negro, eu vim da lógica dos cursinhos populares, né? Então, eu faço parte de um movimento chamado Uniafro Brasil, que é uma organização comunitária, né, que pauta a agenda da educação muito fortemente, que organiza cursinhos populares, periféricos, né, nas regiões mais pobres de São Paulo e agora do Rio de Janeiro, e a gente tem expandido isso para outros estados também, mas a Uniafro surge daqui, né, surge de uma cidade metropolitana chamada Poá, através do Douglas Belchior, e vai se expandindo, né, dentro dos territórios. E muito com uma perspectiva de pautar o racismo através de um exercício comunitário da educação e também acaba absorvendo outras frentes e se organizando, né, para a disputa dessa agenda nas ruas, né, articulando isso a nível de pressão pública e pressão popular, né? Então, a Uniafro hoje ela tem 12 anos, né? Eu faço parte de uma pequena história da Uniafro. Quando eu comecei na Uniafro a dar aulas para cursinhos, né, como professora de cursinho preparatório para o Enem, quando eu estava na faculdade, e acabou sendo um vínculo ali de pertencimento, né? Mas eu acabei indo para o movimento de direitos humanos, né? Então, toda a minha trajetória profissional ela é na área de direitos humanos, através de organizações da sociedade civil, né? Então, trabalhei para muitas organizações brancas, né, antes da gente conseguir construir a nossa própria organização de direitos humanos negra, né? E acho que a gente vive dois momentos. Eu gosto de olhar assim o nível de transformação dessa agenda dentro do campo de direitos humanos, né? A gente via organizações que não priorizavam o racismo, que não centralizavam o racismo dentro das suas agendas, e para mim sempre foi muito incompreensível como você consegue trabalhar com direitos humanos em um país como o Brasil, que a maioria é negra, e você não centraliza a crítica racial dentro das suas formulações e dentro das suas atuações. Isso é comum não só para organizações brancas, enfim, da sociedade civil, mas também organizações de movimento, né, o campo da esquerda como um todo. Essa sempre foi uma falta, uma ausência ali constante, que poucas vezes a gente via atenção. E a gente teve um giro muito rápido, né? Então, se eu penso nas organizações que eu compunha 10 anos atrás e penso nessas mesmas organizações hoje, todas elas têm um programa relacionado à raça, né? Para a gente ver como a sociedade civil em torno desse tema ela mudou. É lógico que as pessoas não mudam na benevolência assim do seu coração. Rolou ali né, uma diretriz de financiamento internacional que centralizou o racismo dentro da agenda global, e isso impactou, sim, o campo de direitos humanos aqui no Brasil, inclusive a composição desse campo de direitos humanos aqui no Brasil, né? Então, eu era acostumada a ser a negra única, né? Dentro desses espaços, né? A única pessoa negra da organização, né? Quando não era eu, tinha mais uma, e eles normalmente confundiam a gente, né? Como se fôssemos iguais. Eu, volta e meia, recebia e-mail que não era para mim, de uma pessoa que tem pelo menos uns 40 centímetros a mais que eu e um tom de pele, assim, 4 vezes mais forte. Mas as pessoas achavam que a gente era igual e mandava e-mails ali como se fosse uma ou outra, e volta e meia a gente ficava, olha lá, recebi mais um e-mail para você, que era para você. Então, o racismo dentro das organizações se operava dessa forma, né? Não tinha, e quando tinha, a gente ainda era confundido com os poucos que tinha. E a gente vê que as organizações estão se dispondo a mudar e se transformar e se reinventar e tentar, né, de uma certa forma, incorporar o antirracismo não só no discurso, mas também como prática, né? A gente tem visto alguns resultados, mas a gente também sabe que a gente tem um longo trabalho pela frente, que é espaços normalmente hostis para as pessoas negras ocuparem, né? Mas o que tudo isso vem a tona, né? Essas organizações, elas sempre tiveram muita influência dentro da política institucional, né? Sempre tiveram espaço. Então, qual é o perfil daqueles que formulam as políticas? Qual que é o perfil daqueles que estão nos processos de tomada de decisão? Qual é o perfil daqueles que têm influência em cima dos tomadores de decisão, né? A gente sabe que é um perfil branco, basicamente, né? Ainda no Brasil. A gente sabe que essa estrutura do poder, ela é muito organizada ali numa branquitude que se protege, se privilegia, né? E pauta essa dinâmica com muita constância, né? Em 2018, a gente enfrenta, no campo dos direitos humanos, um grande desafio, né? A eleição do Bolsonaro, ela foi um desafio, e ela colocava para muitos, né, que tiveram oportunidade de sair, viajar, né, e usar esse momento como algo para se transformar, ótimo. Mas para organizações negras, a gente sabia que ali estava o limite da nossa existência, né? Então, em 2019, aconteceu uma coisa muito rara, né, uma organização ampla do movimento negro brasileiro, mais de 200 organizações aí se juntaram para juntas incidirem dentro da política institucional. O movimento negro sempre incidiu na política institucional, na política, e eu acho que é importante a gente saber disso, né? Porque fica essa ilusão de que as coisas só estão acontecendo agora, essas organizações só existem agora. Não, não é assim, isso sempre existiu. Mas se a gente parar, fechar os olhos e pensar os grandes momentos da história brasileira, a gente não consegue ver as pessoas negras, porque as lutas delas foram apagadas ou abafadas. Quando a gente pensa na ditadura militar e na resistência à ditadura militar, quem são as pessoas que vêm na cabeça de vocês? Quando a gente pensa no processo do Constituinte de 88, né, quem são aqueles que eram os grandes portas-vozes? E não quer dizer que não existia um movimento negro organizado que estava ali lutando, batalhando, que estava ali dividindo as mesmas lutas pela democracia. A questão é que esse movimento não era ouvido. Esse movimento era, por vezes, silenciado, por vezes, apagado, né? Tem uma tese, inclusive, muito interessante, da Natália... esqueci o sobrenome. Neres. Natália Neres, que a mestrado e o doutorado dela é maravilhoso. É maravilhoso. Da Constituinte, o movimento negro na Constituinte. E ler aquilo, para mim, foi maravilhoso, porque você consegue enxergar que a gente sempre esteve ali, né? Eles só tentaram nos apagar. E aí, em 2019, a gente começa a puxar uma grande frente em defesa da democracia, mas uma frente que é negra, né? Então, ali a gente tem os grandes movimentos e mobilizações de esquerda, que nenhuma das lideranças eram negras, né? Com exceção agora do MST, que tem o João Paulo como um líder. Mas a maioria eram brancas. E a gente começa a articular o que vem a ser hoje chamado a Coalizão Negra por Direitos. A coalizão nasce com o propósito de impactar a política institucional. A gente nasce com esse propósito de fazer a resistência dentro da política institucional. Então, se a gente tem um governo do executivo que nos mata, como é que a gente vai organizar para enfrentá-lo? É como se a gente nos desse um mandato popular para se somar ali aos mandatos da legislatura vigente, que pudesse ser um condão de ação do movimento. E foi isso que a gente fez nos últimos 4 anos, né? Basicamente, está ali na linha de frente de resistência ao bolsonarismo, se colocando nas principais agendas e tentando pautar as medidas que eram necessárias para o nosso povo sobreviver. E quando eu falo sobreviver, era exatamente isso. O nosso foco durante o bolsonarismo foi a nossa sobrevivência e a defesa da democracia. Porque a gente sabia que os dois estavam em xeques. Então, se a gente pega hoje os números relacionados a armamento, quem foi mais impactado por essa política bélica de segurança pública que a gente está vivendo? É a população negra. Se a gente pega os números relacionados ao aumento de fome, quem mais foi impactado por isso? É a população negra. O desmonte na saúde, a pandemia, que a gente nem tem dados, porque eles pararam de produzir dados com recorte étnico-racial. Mas quando os dados da pandemia estavam sendo coletados obrigatoriamente com o campo de raça e etnia identificado, o nível de letalidade da população negra para a população branca era 5:1. Né? Então, era realmente ali uma estrutura de política de morte que a gente se colocou para enfrentar em todas as suas minúcias. E a Coalizão Negra por Direitos ela foi uma experiência diferente, né, dentro da organização do campo de direitos humanos, por ela envolver essa ação de política institucional, mas também envolver uma ação comunitária muito forte. Quando a gente não tinha mais como tirar da política institucional as respostas para os nossos problemas, a gente começou a tentar encontrar entre nós uma rede de solidariedade capaz de atender esses problemas. Então, quando a gente lutou para ter um auxílio emergencial, né? Inclusive a coalizão foi uma das frentes que puxou uma articulação ali de parlamentares e quase 500 organizações da sociedade civil para construir a política do auxílio emergencial. Quando a gente não conseguia mais ter o auxílio emergencial, a gente lançou a campanha Tem Gente com Fome, que foi uma campanha que atendeu mais de 100 mil famílias negras por todo o Brasil, dando básico, que era, na época da pandemia, era comida e produtos de higiene, né, que a gente precisava. E fazendo disso não numa perspectiva assistencialista, fazendo isso numa perspectiva de resistência política. Né? Não só da gente conseguir sobreviver, mas aproveitar esses momentos, né, de distribuição de alimentos para ser algo que a gente conseguisse pautar a agenda da fome, a agenda, né, do que representa o Bolsonaro, por que você está com fome, dentro das comunidades que a gente tinha ação de base. Né? E esses núcleos, depois do Tem Gente com Fome, eles viraram os comitês antirracistas durante esse ano não acaba, né? Meu Deus. Dezembro já tem 3 meses, que uma loucura. Mas durante esse ano de 2022, a gente fez os comitês antirracistas no Brasil inteiro, que eram a partir desses núcleos do Tem Gente com Fome, que viraram núcleos de ação, de pressão, de resistência contra o bolsonarismo dentro desse período de eleição. Né? A gente ainda tem um desafio gigante, porque tudo isso que a gente está debatendo a nível de antirracismo dentro da sociedade, ele não se operacionalizou na prática da política institucional. Então, esse momento, a gente tem um quadro de executivo que provavelmente não vai ser negro, a gente sabe, né? Estou na transição do governo, mas eu sei que o governo em si vai ser branco, a transição já é branca, né? Branca e masculina. O governo provavelmente vai ser branco e masculino também. E a gente não viu essas mudanças também acontecer no legislativo da forma como a gente projetou que ia acontecer. O antirracismo não foi uma escolha nas urnas esse ano. A gente não aumentou a bancada do movimento negro que a gente tinha, a gente manteve. E aí eu sempre falo, a gente tem uma bancada do agro que tem 395 deputados, uma bancada da bala, né, da segurança pública bélica, que tem hoje 307 deputados. E a gente tem a bancada dos evangélicos, que tem 112 parlamentares, se eu não me engano. A bancada do movimento negro tem 9. Porque não é só ser negro, é ser negro antirracista e se colocar na defesa da luta antirracista. Então, a gente ainda tem muitos desafios. Né? A coalizão começa e planta uma semente, mas a gente só vai conseguir, de fato, transformar a realidade da política e, com isso, transformar a realidade das nossas comunidades, se a gente coloca a centralidade do enfrentamento ao racismo na agenda da política institucional. E a gente ainda tem um longo caminho, infelizmente. Enfim, deu meu tempo aqui, eu vou passar depois, gente. Bom.
Agora eu vou falar em inglês. Porque eu ainda estou aprendendo português, então não dá para falar em português ainda. What I wanted to really talk about, like, kind of collecting some of the things that that Professor Jose Mauricio and Sheila told us is how to think about really the reproduction of racial and ethnic hierarchies in the institutions that are designed or thought or were thought to be pro-rights, right? Human rights institutions. So basically, that's kind of my entrance point. So just to say a little bit, what Sheila said is, like, it's not that indigenous peoples or Afro-descendant people we're not trying to impact institutionality from the very beginning, but we're only seeing it more now. So think about, like, if I go back a little bit in history, what we could see is kind of the renaissance of the movement, indigenous peoples movement in the 70s, 80s, and then again the strengthening of the Black people's movement in different countries, in particular in Brazil. And we got to that point of recognition of diversity in the constitutions. And the expressions of that recognition of diversity were what some scholars call these politics of rights, right? And so that was kind of the expression, and it's interesting because that's exactly Sheila's entrance point. Like, she began working as a human rights activist. So that's super interesting for me. And then there's this more recent moment, I think, where we are talking more about governance and co-governance, right? So as I said, it's not that it didn't exist before, some forms of it, but kind of the official interest is to work more on governance and co-governance with ethnic communities, indigenous peoples, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, when we study whether law is a successful tool for social reform or social change, I feel that we are still very attached to the idea of impact of the politics of right, and not necessarily thinking about the reproduction of hierarchies in those governance and co-governance spaces, right? So when we, and that's like, I started my own research agenda with indigenous peoples, and especially, and with other groups of activists, asking myself, like, is it worth it? All this legal work, is it worth it? Is it working for the community? Is it giving something more, right? Are they better off after all that path? And so, of course, the scholar points of view that nowadays are way more nuanced, as you saw with the presentation of Sandra Botero and all of that, was like a half empty glass or half full glass, right? But that idea of, is it a half empty glass or a half full glass, still doesn't challenge the idea of racial hierarchy or ethnic hierarchies, right? It doesn't tell us whether the institutions, the rights themselves, or the implementation of the rights themselves reproduce those hierarchies that existed before. I think we are still in depth of going way beyond the idea of the politics of rights towards, okay, a little bit what Sandra was telling yesterday and other people about racialization, is that the word, of those institutions, for example, of courts, even activist courts. How is that this play out there? So that's a huge challenge that we have always had, but only more recently, where there are bigger, larger coalitions, it's being kind of imposed for us. So how to study that? I mean, I don't exactly know how, but I would like just to mention a couple of things here. One is that the actors, the political actors, ethnic political actors, indigenous peoples, as political actors, move frequently across the state and non-state spaces. That's one important thing. It's not the social movement anymore that was demanding something from the state and kind of in this eternal conflict. Actually, what happens today, as you were showing to us, is that they are political actors and they move across in and out of the state and within civic and non-civic boundaries. That's also. And also that they use law, but as we discussed yesterday, they know this is just one tool in a larger political process. So that's clear for them. They were never so naive as to think law is everything, right? So that's one of the things, two of the things I think we should take into account when we are trying to see, I mean, how is that those political actors enter and navigate those institutions, and whether within the institutions that are created, racial hierarchies are reproduced or not. One of the questions I think would be interesting to address is under what conditions one institution, and let me just say this, I'm thinking about, I studied recently prior consultation, the institution of prior consultation, and that was at the moment a huge in the 90s, a huge participatory innovation, and there were high hopes on that, right? And it turns out that it became a resistant tool in some cases, but in other cases, in almost all of the cases, it was more of a reproduction tool of that idea of the indio permitido, or the idea of indigenous peoples need to be kind of guided, right? Of just listening to indigenous peoples, but not taking them seriously into account. So that's when I'm thinking about institution, I'm thinking about something like that. So my question is, under what condition one institution that we thought it could promote equality, real equality, turns to be a resistant tool or a reproduction tool, right? Does it provide more equality, or it just make what we know law is all about, which is the status quo. And so that, I would say, it's an interesting question, not only about whether an institution is implemented or not, but rather in the level of implementation it has already, how is that indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant peoples are really political actors in equal terms. So I was thinking, just to finish, I still have time? Yes, no. And so, two things. That that just are closer to my very small expertise on indigenous, real indigenous organizations. It's the role of courts in that. For example, I was thinking about the Colombian court now has this thing about intercultural dialogues. Very, very long conversations, take days for them, and they're doing that, at least from the point of view of the court, to really try to make a reality of that idea of intercultural dialogue. Like indigenous peoples, have a different culture, and yet we are under the same constitution, we are part of the same state nation, and we are equal. But I wonder whether, in the practice, that intercultural dialogue really delivers that diminishing of the hierarchies. So that could be one space. And the other is, and we were talking with some friends about it, is like how does it work that more and more Afro leaders and Afro-descendant leaders and indigenous peoples leaders work in the government, right? It's not that they are part, like, I don't know, like of the prior consultation office agency, right? It's not that participation we're talking about. What I was thinking, it was more like that, like we have a black minister or we don't have a black minister who is anti-racist, and what does this entail for the whole community, right? So those, I think, are spaces where rights have tried to enter, probably successfully, and yet we are still in depth to know more about how is that, how anti-racist those efforts are. There are like some interesting things going on, like what Tatiana is doing. I know there are tons of other studies, but we're still kind of at the beginning of that path for it to become mainstream, you know, like not to become just at the margins of the social science research. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing. So we have a little bit less than half an hour for discussion, which is a good time. If there is any immediate comments or reactions, we could have a moment for that, and then open space for conversation. Anyone?
Só comentando a questão do diálogo intercultural que você traz e como a gente é da justiça, né, a importância da gente conseguir pensar esses mecanismos de diálogo dentro dos espaços da justiça. Então, você estava mencionando, eu lembrei, tem uma iniciativa no âmbito do Conselho Nacional de Justiça que é uma espécie de tradutor, uma péssima esse termo, mas alguém que fosse das comunidades indígenas para participar de ações, né, relacionadas à população indígena. E a mesma coisa, alguém que fosse das comunidades quilombolas para participar desses processos de resolução de conflitos judiciais que envolvem as comunidades como um partícipe permanente, né? Porque, de uma certa forma, como a gente exerce a justiça não é necessariamente como seria interessante de fato para aquela comunidade, né? E nem sempre a gente vai conseguir ter dentro dessa dimensão um olhar sobre aquelas vivências e conseguir fazer aquilo um processo de decisão adequado. Então, eu achei bem interessante e envolve muito, né, de como a gente sofistica as nossas metodologias de diálogo, né, e consegue, de uma certa forma, se abrir para essa possibilidade de realmente ouvir o outro, né, e realmente trazer essa realidade para diferentes espaços. Enfim, eu achei bem interessante.
Que legal.
Eu acho muito interessante essa questão de como produzir, quais mecanismos estão disponíveis para produzir esse diálogo intercultural, né? E eu acredito que, às vezes, a ideia do intercultural, por estar muito fundada numa noção cultural, né, na ideia de cultura, que muitas vezes é estereotipada, né, é uma noção muito cristalizada, principalmente quando é manejada no campo jurídico, ela pode produzir efeitos contrários, né? Ela pode mais estereotipar do que propriamente reconhecer a voz, né? E eu gosto muito de uma ideia do Dardot e do Laval, quando estão discutindo sobre o comum, né, sobre a necessidade de pensar um Estado cujas políticas públicas sejam pautadas pela antissoberania, né? Ou seja, a gente tem que fazer uma crítica da ideia de soberania quando pensar em políticas públicas, na medida em que o que viria a ocupar o lugar disso seria a participação direta dos interessados, né? Então, mais do que ter um ministro assim ou assado, porque isso não garante propriamente, né, que a pessoa ou as suas características étnicas levem consigo a perspectiva dos seus grupos, né, é mais trabalhar contra a ideia de um Estado que organiza as políticas públicas de forma soberana, né, mas partir essa soberania, né, romper a soberania com a ampliação dos processos de participação das próprias comunidades interessadas, né, dos públicos interessados. Então, as políticas públicas cada vez mais serem submetidas à autorização, serem submetidas à discussão desses grupos, mais do que incorporar um ministro negro, um ministro indígena, que eventualmente pode servir só para o próprio mecanismo multiculturalista, né, de ampliação de uma diversidade aparente, mas que efetivamente não muda os mecanismos de poder, né? Então, era só esse comentário que eu faria.
Sim. Now, I really agree with you both. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, we are seeing new and more complex way to enter the problem, the issue, and we need better and more tools. I just wanted to say that. What José Mauricio mentioned about the project on defensorias públicas. It's very interesting because one of the issues, one of the problems we have with this research agendas is, of course, always lack of data that we know is difficult to really capture how is anti-racism or racism in those institutional spaces. So that's very cool. Thanks.
Any questions or comments? Yes. Tatiana. I see Tatiana first.
Thank you all for all those insights. I have a question on anti-racist strategies in Brazil, because I like, you know, that there's like this huge project that Mónica Moreno Figueroa directed from Cambridge, no? And then they mapped all those anti-racist strategies in Latin America, and they have this idea of the grammar that is anti-racist, explicitly anti-racist, and the other one which is like different stuff like land rights, participation, but not, they don't tackle racism at the center, right? But then, so I have always wondered how in Brazil, Black communities and indigenous peoples deploy those strategies around land, you know, because like in Colombia, it's very clear that for so many years we have anti-racist strategies which were not linked to the land, to land rights, and then at some point, there was convergence. There's still something going on with Black communities, not with indigenous communities, and I wonder like how that's happening or not in Brazil. So when you link structural struggles in terms of rights or not, and anti-racist framings. Does it make sense? See?
So I think we will collect a couple of questions. Is that okay? So there are two more here, and Carlos as well.
Olá, boa tarde, gente. Eu sou Dandara Hudson, eu sou quilombola, advogada, sou de Altamira, no Pará, e também agradeço muito as colocações da mesa, a companheira Sheila, que está aí representando. Também atuo no artigo 19, no monitoramento da liberdade de expressão e direito de protesto na região amazônica. E desde já reivindico totalmente o direito de estar errada, e também não estou trazendo nenhuma pergunta. São reflexões a partir das três falas. A primeira, a pergunta que Maurício traz na introdução, qual é o limite desse exercício do direito entre comunidades indígenas e comunidades quilombolas? E é dessa pergunta que eu inicio a reflexão, porque falando como uma liderança comunitária quilombola. Essa pergunta, ela não existe para a gente. A gente está num desafio muito grande hoje, enquanto povos da região amazônica, que é como é que nós conseguimos exercer o direito amplamente entre comunidades. Porque quando a gente fala ou então a gente teoriza, que pode existir um limite ou uma diferença entre o exercício do direito indígena e o exercício do direito quilombola, a gente está fazendo uma divisão, e não só uma divisão. Nós estamos replicando uma estratégia de desmobilização comunitária que é utilizada, inclusive pelos grandes empreendimentos, os grandes megaprojetos. Hidrelétrica de Belo Monte, por exemplo, mineradora Belo San, eles têm uma tática de desmobilizar as comunidades, que é o quê? Eles entram na comunidade, dialogam com uma parte dessa comunidade, cedem alguns pseudo-direitos para uma parte da comunidade, a outra parte da comunidade que não recebeu nada, que não foi ouvida, fica ali com raiva da outra parte da comunidade, eles não conseguem dialogar entre si. Uma estratégia de desmobilização. E nossa luta lá hoje é principalmente para quê? Nós temos ainda um país que, quando olha para a Amazônia, é extremamente indigenista. Extremamente. Durante o nosso discurso hoje, desde 13h, nós citamos a palavra indígena 27 vezes. E a palavra quilombola foi citada 8. E isso nos diz muito. Nos diz muito. E por isso que essa pergunta que Maurício faz, é muito importante começar essa reflexão daí, que essa pergunta é realmente necessária para a comunidade? Ou uma pergunta dessa gera um fator de desmobilização dentro dessa comunidade? Porque quando e existe isso também lá. Muitas pessoas, hoje, tem muitos movimentos que são unificados lá. Movimento indígena junto com o movimento quilombola, movimento ribeirinho, movimento de coletores, que tem muita essa diversidade, e estamos conectados lá. Mas quando vem o discurso de fora da Amazônia para dentro, a gente sente que vem um discurso que nos coloca em lugares separados, que nos coloca em lugares distintos, como se isso fosse realmente a prática, e às vezes não é. Temos que repensar as instituições, as estruturas e as instituições, como Natália trouxe, mas não é só sobre trazer e formar espaços e fazer espaços para trazer as comunidades para falar. Quando a gente fala, a gente precisa de uma perspectiva da comunidade, mas não é só sobre criar espaços para essas pessoas dialogarem, é pensar os métodos aonde essas pessoas vão ser inseridas. Porque não adianta mobilizar uma comunidade quilombola, mobilizar uma população indígena para trazê-la para ser ouvida em um espaço onde o método não funciona para o diálogo. E então essa é a primeira reflexão. E esse apagamento que Sheila traz, que nós sempre estivemos ali. Quando fala do mestrado de Natália, do doutorado de Natália, sempre estivemos ali. Só que expressamente na Constituinte nós temos a população indígena lá expressamente. A população negra luta para que as pessoas entendam, a sociedade entenda que nós também estamos ali. Às vezes não positivados, porque vivemos uma sociedade extremamente positivista. Então, eu trago um pouco dessas reflexões, sabe? Porque, às vezes, algumas perguntas que nós estamos fazendo não fazem sentido para a comunidade aonde se quer obter essa resposta. Então, e para além de trazer as pessoas, de criar espaços para essas comunidades falarem, eu creio que nós temos que repensar o método aonde nós vamos introduzir essas pessoas. E elas precisam estar desde a criação da metodologia para o espaço até a conclusão das discussões, porque senão acho que não faz muito sentido.
Mine is kind of a question also following what Dandara was saying, that I think I just want to hear what you want to say about which extent should we be working with the traditional legal system, thinking about rights recognition or rights access to justice, Or should we be more concerned about value the mechanisms of dispute resolutions that this people already has, like that will be called alternative dispute resolution mechanisms? Should we be like learning more about how they are organized not in a positivist way, but in a way that works, that solve problems? Or should we be more concerned about including them in a system that we know that is already really failed? So something this line.
Thank you. Carlos has the last question? No? Okay. Anybody else? If not, then we have 5 minutes each. Marta?
Eu vou, enfim, citar de novo o mestrado da Natália, Zé, para falar sobre o que a gente olhou, né? Enfim, a gente, Natália, acompanhei muito de perto, fui orientada, fazendo o merchandising, ela fez mestrado aqui, e, enfim, e aí olhou, né, todas as atas, etc. E o que ela olhou foi que as demandas do movimento negro eram de, assim, ações afirmativas, distributivas, sistema carcerário, né? Uma das nossas conclusões era a extrema generosidade do movimento, porque tinha pauta social de absolutamente todas as populações. E aí o que acontece foi um grande afunilamento, né, para duas pautas, né, que a nossa percepção dos debates eram pautas simbólicas. Então, tanto a racismo como crime, como quilombola, apareceu ali como vamos proteger a cultura, ao contrário justamente ao contrário da coisa é terra. E depois, enfim, aí toda a sua pesquisa, né? Como a coisa, depois o fato de, então a impressão que a gente tinha era, olha, foi só simbólico. Eles acham que não, a impressão que tem eles acham que quase não tem quilombola, então da terra não vai ter um efeito distributivo. Quando depois a coisa vira, e aí vira terra, tem efeitos redistributivos, né? Em alguma medida. Então, na verdade, eu queria fazer um encontro, né, do índio terra, mas o quilombola que não era terra e vira terra com potencial distributivo por ter virado terra. Então, enfim, é só um comentário para você reagir.
Bom, a gente está com muito pouco tempo, né, para desenvolver as questões que são todas muito relevantes, né? Eu estou trazendo aqui um aspecto de uma pesquisa que tem por foco a atuação das defensorias públicas, né, e as questões que eles levantam enquanto operadores da justiça. E aí, nesse sentido, é muito interessante pensar o encontro entre essa percepção de um direito que é comum, né, que, na verdade, a gente tem... E meu trabalho está muito marcado por uma investigação sobre situações de convívio entre comunidades indígenas e quilombolas, então eu conheço bem o tipo de experiência que está sendo trazido, né, em que isso não faz sentido, e, na verdade, até a classificação legal, a classificação estatal gera divisões onde antes as populações conviviam, né, e trocavam de forma mais plena, né, mas um fato é que as divisões estatais elas instituem realidade, né, e elas instituem realidade a partir de tradições. E a justiça e o Estado se organiza a partir dessas tradições. Então, uma das perguntas, aquela pergunta que é uma delas da pesquisa, né, a que eu fiz referência, tem a ver com a discussão sobre isso, né, sobre como está se organizando a leitura dessas tradições jurídicas para lidar com essas situações. E, evidentemente, tem outra dimensão dessa pesquisa, que é sobre as formas locais de trato da resolução de conflitos, mas esse tema é o tema clássico da antropologia, né? Esse é o tema clássico da antropologia jurídica, que é observar os mecanismos de resolução de conflitos. Então, nesse caso, apesar de existirem poucas pesquisas nessa área sobre quilombos no Brasil, a gente conhece um pouco mais. O problema é exatamente o que está se instituindo nesse momento enquanto um repertório de direitos que está sendo compartilhado. E o modo pelo qual esse repertório está sendo dividido entre categorias, mas também entre tradições, porque o direito à terra indígena é reconhecido desde 1500 no Brasil, né, em alguma medida, porque isso está instituído numa tradição de direito romano que lida com os invadidos, né, com os colonizados, enquanto que a questão quilombola, a gente vai, como a Marta acabou de chamar a atenção, instituir essa dimensão a partir de 1988. Né? Então, uma situação completamente nova, fundada em outras justificações sociais e que gera conflitos de interpretação no momento em que você vai aplicar essas situações, né, junto a essas comunidades. Então, eu acho que é um tema muito instigante do ponto de vista do diálogo entre essa perspectiva que percebe essas coletividades como fazendo parte da mesma luta, mas, por outro lado, tem um Estado que está o tempo todo lendo essas mesmas comunidades, classificando-as de forma diferente e associando-as a tradições distintas. Então, isso constitui um problema forte, um problema relevante a ser observado, né? Então, eu concordo com as observações de vocês, estou só situando em que ponto que a pergunta está sendo colocada, né? E, de fato, Marta, eu trabalhei bastante com isso, fazendo uma espécie de sociologia do artigo 68 da Constituição, né? A questão dos quilombos só pode emergir, é muito interessante, só pode emergir como ápice do encontro entre mais de uma demanda, né? Que é a demanda do movimento negro, que tinha esse caráter eminentemente simbólico, que falar de quilombos era uma coisa meio simbólica naquela época, ninguém sabia do que se tratava, com uma demanda do movimento camponês, pelo reconhecimento de terras de uso comum, que acabou perdendo, né? Acabou falhando no capítulo, no que seria o capítulo da reforma agrária, que acaba não acontecendo, e também uma certa percepção ampliada do capítulo trazido pelos direitos indígenas, né? Que é uma hermenêutica ampliada da ideia de uma nação plural. Né? É só do encontro entre essas três vertentes que a gente pode entender, é só a partir do encontro entre essas três vertentes que a gente pode entender a realidade hoje, não só do que a gente chama dos direitos quilombolas, das políticas públicas quilombolas, mas da própria concepção dos quilombos enquanto atores políticos nesse conjunto. Né? Então, acho que é muito interessante mesmo. Né? E mais interessante ainda eu ficar sabendo que, durante o governo de transição, em lugar de ter um Ministério das Populações Originais e Tradicionais, que eu achei que iam expandir, né? O que vai acontecer é o Ministério da Terra, que vai incluir os indígenas, os quilombolas, num ministério, né, diferente dos indígenas. Veja como essas coisas continuam tendo reverberação. Né? Então, muito interessante. Obrigado por provocar.
Tentando aqui sistematizar no pouco tempo também. Mas, assim, começando por essa discussão de terras, né, já que a gente está no debate das comunidades quilombolas, acho que tem uma dificuldade, assim, especialmente quando a gente fala do campo de direitos humanos, que vem do norte global, é do não reconhecimento mesmo das terras quilombolas, e da necessidade disso ser uma política. Né? Então, essa contagem que a Dandara fez, ela é interessante porque é a lógica dos direitos humanos no plano internacional. Muitas vezes eu tenho que ficar convencendo as pessoas de que quilombolas importam tanto quanto indígenas, e que ali é uma discussão, sim, de direito à cultura, sim, de direito à memória, mas também uma discussão sobre terra e acesso à terra. Né? A pergunta, eu esqueci o nome, mas assim, que falou em relação ao debate de terras enquanto uma estratégia da luta antirracista, eu acho que envolve por isso, né, a defesa das terras quilombolas, mas também, para mim, envolve uma perspectiva muito de debater também o acesso à moradia dentro das cidades urbanas. Quando a gente está falando de luta antirracista, né, aplicada à questão da propriedade, a gente também tem que pensar quais são as condições de vivência hoje da população negra no Brasil, onde essa população negra mora, né? E isso vai, sim, se reverberar por um debate de direito à moradia, direito ao acesso à cidade, né? Ter o acesso à cidade enquanto um direito que deve ser garantido e preservado, e também a questão dos próprios impactos ambientais relacionados a isso. Né? Então, no último relatório da relatora de racismo da ONU, Tendai Akyumi, ela traz uma releitura do conceito de zonas de sacrifício global. Né? As zonas de sacrifício era como era estipulado aquelas zonas relacionadas à questão nuclear, depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial, enfim. Né? E ela traz uma releitura em cima disso de zonas de sacrifício raciais, que são hoje os lugares onde estão condicionadas a população negra à vivência, que são zonas perigosas, zonas de baixa salubridade, zonas que estão em constante risco e zonas que são impactadas pelas mudanças climáticas com mais gravidade, né, e pela crise ecológica. Então, isso é algo que a gente consegue colocar dentro da realidade brasileira. O que é engraçado, agora ouvindo a fala da Tendai e do Maurício, ela não usa quilombolas no relatório a princípio, né? Em algum momento aborda, mas o foco dela ali, ela fala população negra e população indígena, e não chega a falar da população quilombola. Então, acho que esses manifestos da existência dos quilombolas, né, enquanto uma expressão de defesa de terras também, né, e de um grupo que está sendo impactado pelas mudanças climáticas, por essas políticas predatórias, por essas políticas de imobiliárias, enfim, de destruição ambiental, elas também têm que ser aplicadas à lógica dos quilombolas. E aí eu trago também, a gente estava na COP recentemente, né, a COP 27, e a baixa participação de quilombolas em relação à população indígena ela é muito evidente, né? E especialmente a ausência de debates concretos acerca dos quilombolas. O que a gente conseguiu trazer ali foi dentro de uma perspectiva de sociedade civil organizada, mas os quilombolas não estavam nas mesas de negociação, os quilombolas não estavam dentro da centralidade oficial das agendas do evento, né? Alguns indígenas estavam, poucos sim, mas estavam em alguns momentos, muito mais do que quilombolas, né? Mas, como a Dandara colocou, e eu defendo isso, a gente trabalha dentro de uma perspectiva unificada de luta, muitas vezes dentro dos territórios, e não tem como fazer isso sem ter essa perspectiva também. Em relação a um caso interessante de lutas antirracistas, de mecanismos de luta antirracista para a defesa da terra, a Coalizão Negra por Direitos, inclusive, tem um caso muito interessante que é da base de Alcântara, lá no Maranhão, que era uma comunidade quilombola, com mais de 5.000 famílias quilombolas, que estava sendo ameaçada porque o governo Bolsonaro queria vender aquele terreno para o Trump, né? Para o Trump criar uma base espacial aqui no Brasil. Isso não, e eles estavam expulsando as famílias quilombolas. Aí a gente começou a se organizar para barrar isso. A gente foi para os Estados Unidos fazer articulação com os parlamentares americanos e a gente conseguiu que os parlamentares do Partido Democrata criassem uma cláusula de barreira para a compra de terras, né, que envolvessem comunidades quilombolas, né, o despejo de comunidades quilombolas. Mas a gente precisou ir bater lá, né, para proibir esse tipo de compra que já estava praticamente acertada pelos Bolsonaro e o filho dele lá, que tem grandes experiências da diplomacia a partir dos hambúrgueres fritados, né? Mas isso quase aconteceu e a gente conseguiu barrar. Tinha só mais uma pergunta em relação à questão do acesso à justiça. Na verdade, eu acho que a gente precisa ampliar a nossa concepção de acesso à justiça e trazer mecanismos alternativos de resolução de conflito pela forma como a gente organiza a justiça. Acho que não é nenhum nem outro, né? Como é que a gente consegue buscar outras perspectivas de construir essa justiça. Então, pensar em justiça restaurativa, pensar em, o voto do Barroso na DPF 828 é super interessante, que ele cria ali uma comissão de conflitos, né, de diálogos em relação de conflitos em relação ao campo urbano, né. Tem outros mecanismos que a gente pode envolver e aprimorar o acesso à justiça sem precisar depender apenas de mecanismos secundários, né. Eu acho que é mais a gente precisa lutar por um acesso à justiça amplo. Como é que a gente consegue garantir isso? Acesso à justiça, né, a gente defendeu isso lá na mesa da transição, não pode mais ficar limitado como uma questão de fortalecimento da defensoria pública e ceder o acesso à justiça, né? Não é isso. É uma série de mecanismos, série de ações que a gente tem que fazer com que a justiça chegue a quem ela precisa chegar e que as pessoas consigam, de fato, ter o seu direito amparado ali por uma tutela de Estado. Então, acho que vai um pouco por aí de repensar os mecanismos, mas eu não vou ter muito tempo para colocá-los aqui.
Just two things. I agree with Sheila. It's not one, just answering to your question, not just one like derecho propio and alternative justice mechanisms or rights, like liberal rights. I think is, so I see the thing more like within the larger political process. What I think about as rights and institutions and as umbrellas, and what I see is kind of political actors working within that and reshaping, revamping, reordering things within. So the example would be the Article 68. One example is like what you were talking about before, like at the beginning, yes, it was not explicitly about quilombos. It was the social struggle and the political fight that turned that into an article about quilombos. And so that would be my answer to that. That's it.
So please give a round of applause to our panelists. And it's 2:15 exactly. Wow. Enjoy the break.
Hi, everyone. So I have the pleasure now to introduce you to Catalina Smulovic. I was trying to remember when I met her personally, beyond being a bibliography forever. Because we can't understand transition. We have been, since when we try to understand the transition from the military, what's going on between in Latin America, and all those men quoted yesterday, and I think she was like in this group of the O'Donnell students and etc. She has been the woman, and maybe sometimes the only woman, maybe the only woman in the past, no, in this field. So she has been very brave and an example for us. And well, now the formal introduction. Catalina is plenary professor of political science in Torquato di Tella. She writes on human rights and civil military relations, the uses and access to legal system, and on citizenship and social accountability in Latin America. Currently, she's researching the impact of federalism on the protection of rights and judicial wars in Latin America. Her recent publications are From the Discovery of Law to Lawfare, or How the Grapes Became Sour. And today you hear Catalina on this lecture, From Judicial Persecution to Lawfare, When Polarization Turns Sour. So Catalina, it's a pleasure to have you here. I will sit there and take notes and pay attention. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. I'm glad I'm becoming a person and not only a book. After the discussions we had yesterday, I decided to cut part of my presentation so that I don't repeat myself. However, I do want to say a few things very briefly that were at the very beginning of my original presentation, because the challenge initially was, what can you say about autocratization and democracy in Latin America? And so my first instinct was to say something about that before saying what I'm going to say afterwards, okay? And so, as I mentioned yesterday, at least for the Latin American case, the indicators of autocratization in the region are not as clear as perhaps there are in some other regions, okay? In terms of, if we go to the VDAM indicators, the ones that, for example, she used yesterday, and part of the topic about autocratization in the world has been installed by them. What we can see is that, at least in the Latin American case, the liberal democracy index shows that, of course, Nicaragua and Venezuela have very, very poor numbers, but all the other countries are much better off than they used to be in the 80s, and in some cases in a little bit longer. However, so it's not autocracy what we have mainly in Latin America, but perhaps we do have something else. That's the other alternative, and that is democratic erosion, okay? And what about democratic erosion, okay? Well, again, according to the VDAM people, okay, what they say is that the main indicators of democratic erosion are like three that are related in a way to civil society responses to advances of the authority. One has to do with judicial constraints on the executive constraints on the judiciary, okay? And again, what we see is that at least most of the Latin American countries, again, with the exception of Venezuela and Nicaragua, they're much better off, at least since the year 2000. And although there have been some slopes going down, still we are not in the worrisome zone of the problem. Okay, and again, the same can be said regarding another indicator that is usually considered as an indicator of democratic erosion, and the same can be said regarding the ability of civil society organizations to enter the market of civil society organizations. And the same can be said regarding the government's intervention on the ability or the ability to close or not internet access. Okay, and again, in all cases, I'm not saying that we are in the best of the worlds, and I'm not that stupid, but what I can say is that indicators are not as terrible as the name democratic erosion or autocratization would lead us to think. Okay, so if that is the case, why are we concerned? Okay, why do we have this perception about democratic erosion in Latin America? And this is a perception that is pervasive and intense. Okay, so in order to, that would be the topic of my conversation today. Okay, how can I answer that question? Okay, that is of course a legitimate question, and we do have issues to be concerned. I'm not saying that we can go freely without any type of concern. Okay, but in order to answer this question, I will make one argument and illustrate it with one particular development. I will argue first that even though indicators of democratic erosion have not increased dramatically or homogeneously across the Latin American countries, in almost all of them, and regardless of the political regimes, social polarization and political polarization has increased dramatically. Okay? I will also contend that when extreme social and political polarization becomes a persistent phenomenon, it can develop into a serious problem for the functioning of democracies. Extreme political polarization alters our perceptions about the nature of the political conflict, about the characteristics of the contenders, and about their intentions and strategies. In those contexts, we find those contexts as windows of opportunity to justify the commission of irregular behaviors and procedures in the name of supposedly exceptional circumstances of the hour. And in addition, polarization facilitates and justifies the conversion of political opponents into immoral adversaries, characterization that eventually excuses exceptional behaviors and the commission of unlawful actions. I will exemplify this claim with the analysis of the rise of the denunciations of lawfare in the region. And I will show that contrary to what is usually sustained, the emergence of what we now label lawfare refers not to a new and empirically differentiated phenomenon, but it results from the successful reframing of a regretfully old practice. That the increased acceptance of the label in several of the Latin American democracies is associated with the rise of the levels of political polarization, and that the rhetorical and political success of the label, that is, the success of the reframing process, has important consequences insofar it denounces irregular procedures on the one hand, but also because the rhetorical and political success of the label transforms the label into a speech act able to halt the continuation of regular accountability procedures. In other words, the success of the reframing process not only converts the label into an empirically differentiated phenomenon, but it also has relevant consequences on the erosion of democracy, insofar it calls into question the legitimacy of the law as an instrument of social and political petition, and the legitimacy of the judicial arena as an area for the resolution of social problems, two of the great novelties that characterize most of the Latin American transitions. Let me consider what in the region has been labeled lawfare and show whether it is a new and empirically differentiated practice being used as a political weapon with specific and biased ideological purposes, or whether the label results from the reframing of an old and persistent phenomenon. I will skip here the discussions about the different meanings the term has in the Anglo-Saxon world, where it has been utilized since the early 1990s, and in the Latin American context, the word started to be used, 2016 by Sanin and Martin. They first employed in an interview regarding what was going on with Lula, and also Moro used it about 10 times in the sentence. So they first employed to name the strategies that utilize irregular legal procedures to persecute left-wing political leaders. In the southern version of the term, Lawfare is a strategy oriented to the neutralization and disqualification of popular leaders, particularly of a leftist orientation. The agents that motorize it are members of the judiciary in collusion with the media, intelligence agents, and right-wing politicians. However, as we will see, most of the irregular behaviors and procedures usually denounced as characteristics of the practice of lawfare had been used before and had a long standing in the region. Thus, it is worth considering why previously tolerated questionable procedures and behaviors began to be denounced and why these denunciations became successful political banners. Let me again see what the data shows. Let me first show a few indicators that demonstrate that denounced irregularities do not constitute a new practice and that the victims and disqualified politicians were not only of a leftist leaning. Okay. Can you see it's too small, but anyhow. Does it have a... Yeah, okay. Let me see. This, here in this column we have the presidents that we have in Latin America between the year 2000 and the year 2020. Okay? Of those 101 presidents, 57 had corruption cases open. Okay? Of those 57 presidents that had cases of corruption open, 17 denounced being victims of judicial persecution, and 12 denounced being victims of lawfare. Okay? Here are the dates of the denunciations, and what you will see is that presidents that were accused before the year 2016 used the argument of judicial persecution. Presidents that use that were accused after the year 2016 tend to use the I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Presidents that were accused after the year 2016 in general tend to use the argument of lawfare. Okay. Okay, and that was not supposed to happen. Okay, and here on these two columns, okay, I can do it easier. Yes, I'm a bit stupid with this. And here, what you have is the presidents that were formally or informally disqualified. Okay, I will explain afterwards the difference between formal disqualification and informal disqualification. But what you will see is that of the 29 presidents that of the 57 presidents that had cases initiated against them, 23 were formally or informally disqualified, and here in this last column you can see that the political leaning or ideology of each of the presidents that had been disqualified and accused was relatively similar in terms of the division between right and left. Okay. Before continuing, let me say two things as a clarification. It has to be clear that I'm not saying that there were no irregularities. And of course, to say that these irregularities have taken place before does not belittle the problem or the seriousness of the problem. Okay? The only reason to pinpoint these facts is because it forces us to think about what transformed irregular and usually tolerated old practices into a political issue. Okay? So it's not that I'm saying nothing happened here, I'm just saying why we all of a sudden started to think about this as a problem. Okay? First, between, well, this is, I already mentioned this regarding this, particular table, so let me go for the second one, okay? Here, what you can see is that the type of irregularity, you have to believe me because I know it's a small letter, but I can afterwards share, I can share the article and the tables afterwards, okay? But here it's not a complete list, because the complete list has about 44 type of irregularities that have been mentioned. I just included here the ones that were mentioned at least twice in the whole period, okay? And what you can see is that at least in terms of the legal and procedural irregularities denounced by the victims of lawfare, that they did not differ from the irregularities, or they did not differ significantly from the irregularities mentioned by those that claim to be victims of judicial persecution, okay? Presidents who denounce lawfare or judicial persecution mentioned 22 types of irregularities. 14 of them had been mentioned by both types of cases, both by presidents that denounced being victims of judicial persecution and those that denounce being victims of lawfare. Okay? Thus, the procedural irregularities seem to be a common feature rather than an idiosyncratic aspect of lawfare. Okay? Again, because I stress this, I will repeat myself saying that the fact that the denounced irregularities were common and non-specific to the lawfare cases and that they have taken place before does not belittle the problem. I have to insist on this because usually when I start to talk about this, people say, but there is lawfare, and I'm not disputing that. I'm saying, what I'm saying is, what does it mean that we have now this new word label in our dictionary, okay? Again, this stresses the need to explain how and why this reframing took place and why it became successful and what are its consequences, okay? Finally, data also shows that in contrast to what is usually denounced, the formal and informal disqualifications of presidents to compete that took place between the year 2000 and the year 2022 comprise both left and right-wing presidents, okay? Okay, as you can see, okay, 23 presidents were disqualified, okay? Of those 23 presidents, the type of disqualifications are, if you want, different, okay? How you, in some cases, you have explicit restrictions to competition, okay? For example, what happened to Lula in the first sentence that explicitly established that he couldn't compete, that is an explicit restriction, okay? In the case of Correa, he has also explicit restriction to compete for life, okay? We will know what will happen at 5:30 when the sentence to Cristina is known today, but it's a possibility that at least in first instance she will be restricted from competing, first instance, okay? But then you have other type of restrictions that work as a mechanism for inhabilitating presidents, One is pre-trial detention, okay? And so, even though a president perhaps has not explicitly been forbidden from participating, the fact that he's in a pre-trial detention inhabilitates the president to compete. And also, you have situations in which a president has been convicted for some other case or for a corruption case, but there is not an explicit restriction for competing, okay? But de facto is a disqualification for competing. So what we know is that of the 57 presidents, okay, 23 had some explicit, some mechanism of explicit inhabilitation, okay? 6 were not inhabilitated or were not forbidden for competing. However, of those 6, only 5 continued to compete, and 1 decided not to compete, okay? And in the case of the presidents that did not denounce lawfare, okay, or political or judicial persecution, still a relatively important number decided not to compete again, okay? So beyond, okay, the formal decision, okay, the initiation of this type of procedures, okay, and regardless of the cleanness of the procedures of it has important consequences in terms of inhabilitating or putting you out of the game. Okay, okay. That's the other one aspect. The other aspect is that here, in terms of the political leanings of the different presidents, that were inhabilitated, okay? The accusations are much more important for presidents from the right than from the left, okay? And in terms of the restrictions of the competition, of course, you do have this from the left in some cases, but you do have also some important restrictions in the case of the presidents from the right. Let me go backwards to show you one other chart, because to make this whole information in context. Okay, this one. Okay, this is just to give you an idea how the issue of persecution for corruption started to increase in Latin America. Okay, so it's true. Part of the reason that we are starting to talk about this is because this curve was not there before the 1980s. Okay, so it's of course the whole one of the reasons for this whole discussion starts because we start to persecute presidents for corruption that we didn't do that before. Okay, so. Okay. And now I need this. Okay. Okay. So. Then, if lawfare does not have specific features, okay, that differentiated its operation from other forms of judicial persecution, if the legal irregularities had been used before, and if the disqualifications did not concentrate in left-wing presidents, why and how this new label became part of the common understanding of the Latin American politics? How this reframing process of an old practice took place, and why was this process successful? Okay, and which are some of the likely consequences? And here I will advance some hypotheses to try to answer these questions. When the term lawfare began to circulate in the region, most of the features usually associated with the phenomenon were already there. This suggests that we are in the presence of a reframing process rather than in front of a new phenomenon. Reframing processes take place when new labels allow us to understand pre-existing phenomena with new interpretative parameters. How we call things, how we name them, is a fundamental step in the way conflicts develop and in the way in which they are fought. Okay? I'm sure all the people from the law and society background remember immediately naming, blaming, and claiming. Okay? But this has, in a way, has to do with that process. In the social sciences, has to do with McAdams' book on reframing, but there are, relatives in terms of conceptual relatives. Okay. The first symptom of a reframing process is the struggle for the imposition of a new label. It allows us to establish the agenda that needs to be discussed and the interpretation that will allow us to understand the conflict at hand. These interpretative frameworks provide us with the instrument to organize and understand experience, allow us to identify the grievances that must be repaired, and those we need to blame and make responsible for the reparations. The reframing of all judicial persecution processes into a phenomenon labeled now lawfare has become an extremely powerful and politically efficient strategy. It allows us to pay special attention to a phenomenon that had it been treated as business as usual, it would have lost its political strength and punch. Thus, from a defensive point of view, the reframing becomes an extremely intelligent and powerful strategy insofar it allows us to pay attention to an old phenomenon that had taken place before and the rather. However, the success of the label had also have some unwanted, unexpected consequences for the life of our democracies. When reframing processes are perceived as successful, other actors struggle to have their own cases understood under this new interpretative umbrella. In our case, this resulted in the inclusion under the same label of cases characterized not only by the presence of procedural irregularities, but also of cases where there were no irregular behaviors, but those persecuted were left-wing political leaders, and still others in which political officials of any ideological orientation, because they were being judicially persecuted, cried lawfare regardless of the legitimacy of the procedures. That is, the success of the reframing process led to conceptual stretching, and the conceptual stretching had unexpected and unwanted political consequences. Once the new label was incorporated in our everyday language and in the toolkit of the political and social actors, it acquired a new life and it became a speech act, able to halt the actions of those attempting to oversee the behavior of any public functionary. The success and expansion of the label transformed into a political tactic that allows political actors crying lawfare to stop the game regardless of the existence of an actual fool. By crying lawfare, players not only stop the game regardless of the existence of actual irregularities, but also create suspicions regarding the behavior and intention of their rivals. Furthermore, when the label lawfare becomes the word to name actions oriented to controlling behavior of public officials, rather than actual wrongdoings, horizontal accountability becomes a partisan act, those denouncing wrongdoings illegitimate perpetrators, and those being denounced become innocent victims. Thus, the success of the new label, rather than denouncing or giving visibility to all and persistent procedural irregularities that have characterized legal process in the region, ends up throwing the baby with the water and questioning the legitimacy of any attempt to oversee the behavior of public officials. While initially the reframing processes was a tool to call attention to a specific irregular legal behavior, once it became successful and it entered the everyday dictionary, the word became a code word to disqualify with suspicions actions oriented to control the legality of the actions of public officials. However, the condition for the success of the reframing process and the occurrence of this conceptual stretching is the presence of increasing levels of political polarization. Let me introduce two additional charts showing how political polarization and hate speech have increasingly increased in the region. And let me argue why there are necessary conditions for the conversion of the denunciations of lawfare into speech added. First, you have this chart about political polarization, and as you can see, I'm just taking from the 1966, and with the exception of Uruguay, in all other countries, the rise of the political polarization has been dramatic, okay? And Brazil is not in very good shape there, neither Argentina, okay? Where is Brazil? Okay, here is Brazil. Okay. Okay. Something similar can be said regarding political parties' hate speech, okay? But why is polarization associated with the success of the label lawfare as a catch-all rhetorical defensive strategy? As I mentioned before, in polarized contexts, citizens express a strong refusal to vote for certain parties. This is not my piece of cake, okay? And an intense emotional distance separates them from other citizens with whom they do not share their preferences. At the same time, these differences tend to be perceived as unsurmountable, and they are also beyond logical arguments. When polarization is high, not only public opinion is divided by the feelings and emotions about the adversaries that are considered intolerable, but also procedures and practices that before were intolerable become acceptable, and unverified information and news regarding political opponents, I'm sorry about this, become credible. Okay? The increase in mistrust and moral rejection of the adversaries facilitates the spread and acceptance of false information, while the strong animosity between contenders makes practices until recently unacceptable necessary procedures to deal with exceptional circumstances. Thus, in polarized contests, when one of the actors identified with one of the poles cries lawfare, followers are willing to accept without questions any information that confirms and endorses their prejudice and belief. I don't know if you've seen the news this week in Argentina, but we are all discussing some chats that have been made public and are considered by definition true, even though we don't even know what happened with them, okay? In other words, in highly polarized political contexts, denounces or actions against a political ally are characterized as illegitimate and as part of a partisan strategy aimed at neutralizing or damaging my own forces. Consequently, the unexpected success achieved by the reframing of the label lawfare, that is, the fact that it became incorporated to everyday speech, transformed the concept from an innovative and efficient legal and political denunciation into a catch-all defensive rhetorical strategy capable of questioning the legitimacy of any attempt to review the act of public officials. In this context, any actions oriented to the oversight of the behavior of public functionaries is transformed into a partisan political operation. In conclusion, the success of the reframing process and the transformation of the label into a speech act is a matter of concern for the region's democracies for several reasons. First, the term reveals the persistence of all procedural misconducts in the regions, misconducts that affect the quality of their liberal democracies. Second, because the reframing of the term results in its conversion into a powerful speech act capable of delegitimizing and weakening the exercise of horizontal and social controls of the acts of public officials. And finally, because the conceptual stretching of the concept that becomes more intense in countries with high levels of polarization calls into question the legitimacy of the law as an instrument of social and political petition and the judicial arena as a setting for solving social problems. Two of the great novelties that, as I mentioned before, characterize the Latin American transitions to democracy. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
On time? Okay.
Thank you, Professor. Are you hearing me? Yes, everyone? Okay. Thank you for your speech. It was really, really insightful. And while you were talking, I remembered a research that I did actually to the final paper for LawTransform. I was in the Bergen Exchanges in August in Bergen, and then we needed to write a final paper. And while I was doing my research, I found that after the car wash case here in Brazil, there were two proposals, two bills to criminalize lawfare in Brazil. And both of them were proposed by leftist parties because of this reframing of the lawfare concept. And in one of them, lawfare is described as an abusive use of legal instruments to cause strategic or competitive harm to Brazilian legal entity, and it was meant to protect the firms and business that were affected by the car wash. And the second one defines lawfare as illegitimate use of legislation in legal maneuvers for them to cause damage to a political opponent. So both of them was trying to, was having Judge Moro and the public prosecutor Deltan Dallagnol in mind while trying to criminalize it. And they were also, in the justification of the bills, they referred a lot to 2 or 3 books that were written by the lawyers of President Lula. In these books, lawfare is described as the Calvary of Brazilian democracy and the way to demolish criminal law and the strategic use of law to delegitimize, undermine, or annihilate an enemy. So I would just like to add this kind of reframe that we had concerning the concept of lawfare, which led to a criminalization of it, and that's really it was really awkward for me to realize how you were how are you dealing with this kind of situation and not separating maybe what is lawfare, what is like some misuse of the process and the due process of law. So I'd just like to add for what brought me your presentation.
Siri. So thank you. It was super interesting, extremely interesting. And I was sort of thinking back to when we've been using in many projects the concept as an analytical tool. But when we started doing that and I started sort of developing it, I realized that it had been used in Latin America at the time a lot by right-wing critics of left-wing civil society. for using the law illegitimately. And it was actually it was used in the US by very conservative, pro-Israeli groups to criticize human rights actors who were criticizing Israel. There's also another tradition that goes also far back, using it to talk about it could be indigenous, but sort of weaker groups in society, like a Lilliputian strategy to try and sort of get away. So I was just just to say, so I think it is super interesting, this phenomenon where it is taken. I mean it's a very evocative concept, which is also
That's
why
why
it's
it's so
super useful
powerful.
when you want to apply for research projects, because you get them, because it's a very evocative concept, but also because it makes you understand that it is strategic use of law, and what is legitimate and illegitimate is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, that depends on what you think is good and bad. So analytically, it's useless as such. I mean, I'm over-exaggerating, but it's super interesting. But in a way, the analytical aspect has very little to do with the political use. But the rhetorical power of the concept is really high. But I would also say that I think that the reason why it's so high is this curve that you've been showing. It is because the phenomenon is getting so much more important. So we need powerful concepts. And it's tempting, of course, to use powerful concepts because it's really powerful political strategies. And that is why this concept that was actually used against, I mean, it's used in a different setting, and then it's used by the right to blame the left, and then it's sort of turned around. That this is I mean, that it's more, maybe I would think that it's as much an effect as a cause of sort of what has been happening, that the strategic elements become so clear, and that they do that internationally as well, as so much is moving into the legal arena of these fights. But extremely interesting.
So we have. Do you want?
I don't know. Whatever, you are the commander.
Would you mind take?
Yes, of course.
We have.
I don't mind. Please.
No, we maybe finish these three: Rachel, Paola, and Catalina, and then we turn back to Catalina.
Catalina, thank you. It was super, super interesting. So much to think with. And thinking from Mexico, I want to ask you a question about, because I don't know quite the numbers, but you have like a fairly, I mean, a bit more on the right, but the left too, and like everybody's doing this, right? And some of the things you're talking about in terms of political polarization and hate speech and jumping accountability mechanisms, we can see in other contexts that it's much more the right that do this than the left. And I think what you were saying is the Latin America phenomena is not that straightforward, right? So thinking about the conversations we've been having about Mexico particularly, I wonder if I can ask you to comment on the left-right issue and kind of the story of lawfare in Latin America.
No.
So, well, thank you a lot, Catalina. This is amazing. And thank you for gathering all this data and put it and presented it in this way. And especially for illuminating in a new way the connection between the law and politics, that it's been your obsession and our obsession, and you have always contributed to that. So I have 2 points. The first is also like, thank you for illuminating the communicational dimension of this, and the rhetorical dimension of this. I think we have missed it in our conversations, and it's very important to bring it. It shows another way of the Italianization of the world. Like, have you seen the cover of The Economist about the UK? And in a way, this is like the Italian standard of the rhetoric. It's very interesting and very relevant, I think. But I also want to highlight something that you said, if I understand it correctly. It shows a very different take into the law and politics relationship from the one that I've seen in prior presentations or issues that we have discussed before, which is at a couple of moments in your presentation, you mentioned that there were instances in which there had been mistakes, wrongdoings in the management of the processes, and others in which they weren't. So this is like a historical moment, I think, in which you as a political science are bringing the shades in the legal conversation. The law is not irrelevant here. So there are cases in which the law was correctly applied or rightly applied or acceptably applied, and others in which it wasn't. And this has been something that we have debated over the years, I think, and it's not that usual to see it incorporated in the political science literature about the law and politics connection. So it made me think whether this is something that you have changed and why, or if not, and I didn't understand. And secondly, I wonder whether the reason why this rhetorical move is so powerful and so easy is related to the fact that for the wider public and also for leaders, there is still no distinction between like applying the law in a better way and like the conversation that half of the bookshelf is on one side and half of the bookshelf, the very relativistic approach to the law, and the fact that sometimes it's better apply or better argue than in other cases. So this is also part of the background that we have never worked so far, and this is one of the pending dimensions of the democratization thing and the role of the law.
Okay,
The last
I
one,
don't know what to start.
Catalina.
Oh.
I have a very short language question because it really called my attention that the word is lawfare. And I was asking Francisca here, and she said, I think in Argentina they use the English word, lawfare. So I wanted to ask you if that's the case always, like it's also so interesting, no? The use of this Anglicism.
In Brazil, in Colombia, in Peru, in Ecuador, in all countries.
Do you know
In Latin
any
America
like
right now are using
other
the word
expressions,
lawfare.
alternative that they use, or?
What? In Mexico, no. But in Colombia, no, there is a movement organized by Uribe's followers that is called Lawfare, denouncing Lawfare against Uribe. You can see it in the web. There is a specific movement when he was, when he was put into detention and then he was released. But there was a whole issue regarding denouncing his detention as an act of lawfare.
Paulo tem mais uma pergunta.
And also, for example, Martinelli in Panama, again, denounced being a victim of lawfare. And they use the word lawfare. But again, this is, the word becomes part of the new political toolkit. It's very powerful. It's because of what Cyril was saying, that it's a very powerful code. Yeah.
But it's better than warfare. Lawfare is better than warfare.
No, I mean, lawfare is.
Wait. No, I was just saying that in a way.
Okay, let me go try to answer all the questions you made because I don't want to escape. You will think I'm a coward. Regarding your comment, okay. There has also been some attempts in the Argentinian case to criminally penalize lawfare, okay. The thing is that, okay, what you can penalize are criminal acts such as, defamation or whatever, but lawfare in itself is a conundrum of many different type of acts that in itself you cannot show that there is an organization oriented to the creation of lawfare or something like that. So it's you can show that perhaps there was a decision of the judge regarding the use of pre-trial that's incorrect or whatever, but lawfare, it's it's a cloud. I mean, that in itself cannot be penalized. But I understand, again, it's a part of the political game to say that this in itself it's an issue that can be like a legal figure that you can define its aspects, okay? I want to stress, because I'm always that I'm not saying that there are no irregular acts. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying how you can use this to, those are two different things. Regarding serious comments, okay, the word lawfare, and that's one of the reasons why I used this, and perhaps I had to include another column there that was your use of the word, that it's a use of the word that is more close to the use of legal mobilization as a mechanism for, okay? So, but I read your article, but I thought it was going to be confusing to introduce it here also as another column. But if you go to the American or Anglo-Saxon or the security community use of the word lawfare, it means something completely different, okay? The word lawfare for the security community implies the use of the law by human rights organizations to prevent the military for committing arbitrary acts, okay? So it's incredible how the word was able to transform itself in the trip from the north to the south, okay? Because it means something completely different, okay? It's particularly in the American world, it's a word that the right, particularly the military, uses to denounce all those activists that want to prevent them for doing illegal acts in the war, okay? The commission of illegal acts in war, okay? Once you get the use in the Latin American case, we in a way kidnap the word, because it's a very, sounds good, but we use it with completely a different meaning. And once it became successful, it stretched to some other uses, okay? I'm not saying, I didn't do this because, but for example, if you go to the use of pretrial detention, okay? Of course, the use of pretrial detention in Latin America is huge, okay? In Brazil, I think that I can't recall exactly the number, but about 43% of the prisoners are prisoners without in pretrial detention. In Paraguay, 87%. I mean, this is not new in Latin America. All the information regarding the use of pretrial detention, but it only became an issue with the use of pretrial detention with certain figures. Before that, all the denounces that the Latin American judiciaries and governments had regarding the use of pretrial detention did not even merit a formal response to the different international courts, okay? And the same can be said regarding some interpretations that, again, it's unclear whether they are really irregular acts or it's an interpretation that you can accept. For example, in the case of Argentina, the use of, I don't know how you say this in English, you maintain someone in pretrial detention because you think that they still have contact with power that can allow them to obstruct justice. I think something like that was used also in the Lula's case, okay? Well, in the Argentinian case, that was considered part of the lawfare that affected the detention of some political figures. It doesn't matter, okay? Well, that's an interpretation that, again, you can say it's questionable. However, it has been used before in cases of human rights violations, lesa humanidad, and at those moments, the people that questioned its use afterwards considered that it was okay to use it because it's true. It was true that these people could have used the intelligence apparatus to obstruct justice, okay? And not only that, but the people that, in the Argentinian case, that questioned the use, I found articles in which they explicitly supported the use of this type of pre-trial detention with fear of obstruction of justice in cases of political figures that were from a completely different political leaning, okay? And I'm talking about relatively well-known human rights lawyers that before questioned the use of that mechanism, accepted the use of that mechanism when the people in the case was from the opposite party, but cried lawfare afterwards. So it's very tricky how they use it about Rachel's question. I'm not saying that this is a phenomenon that you have in all countries. What I can say is that there is a certain association between countries in which you have high political polarization and this type of judicial cases. Still, for example, we do, in the literature you have, for example, in the case of Manipuliti, in the case of Felipe González case regarding the Gal case, okay, they use the word judicial wars, okay? It's guerras jurídicas, okay? So you do have certain equivalent codes to talk about this, and not necessarily they all use the word lawfare. What is strange or surprising or something to notice in the Latin American case is the fact that all of a sudden the term exploded, okay? And what was your question, Paola?
It wasn't a question. Whether there is a presence for like different ways of applying the law.
Oh, okay, I remember. I had a big trouble doing this research because I cannot determine whether, let's say today, they sentenced Cristina. I really don't have any adequate information to say whether the decision was according to the facts or not, okay? I just read millions of papers, but I don't know whether the decision is correct or it's not correct. So that's the reason why I decided to, put me on the side and not to discuss the factual aspects of the. I cannot decide whether whether the sentence against Lula and whether the acquittal afterwards was done according to the law or not, because I don't have that very specific information. I cannot decide that on Correa's case. I cannot decide that on Humala's case. Okay, it's extremely difficult because I don't have access to the and it wouldn't be my job, as an academic, to decide whether it was well done. I don't have even the instruments to decide that. So I have to look at the phenomenon that all of a sudden something pop up that was not there, and try to understand why this pop up. Okay.
Will you have another round? Then not. Okay.
Thank you very much for your speech, Catalina. I just want to add how the social movements, just beginning of the 20s, prefer go to the judiciary and to the Supreme Court than to go to the legislative, so that the social movements and the opposition gives to the judiciary legitimacy and invited them to participate on the politics. This is the relationship, as Paola said, between politics and
the thing is that the judiciary is politics.
Yes, it is.
The social movements are using the judiciary as politics.
And the social movement gives the legitimacy, so that the relation between public opinion and courts is not a new one.
No, of course.
It's just the context, it's different. But the judges and the prosecutors has the authority to do that.
Okay. Let me... Okay.
Do you want to hear?
Let me just say something regarding that point that you're making. There is one additional reason that I didn't mention why for social movements and political actors the judiciary is a very fruitful arena, okay, for making politics. And that is that the judiciary doesn't make final decisions, in the sense that today, I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but it's very likely that there will be a sentence, okay? This sentence will be appealed, then there will be some time before the appeal is answered, and after that answer there was going to be another appeal, okay? In each of these processes, there are many, many minutes and days and years, okay? In the middle, you mobilize. You keep the issue alive, okay? And you have a lawyer that answers this and shows this proof, and all of us, and people start to say, no, that's crazy, it's a lie, it's unlawful, whatever, okay? So the judiciary is not the judiciary. It's another political arena in which you use judicial arguments to make politics, okay? And well, that's the phenomenon, okay?
Yeah, it's much in line with this of trying to think of elements that can explain this use different from polarization, no? And I just thought when Rachel asked about Mexico, why in Mexico we don't use the word? Because there's no re-election.
Okay.
So there's no point, and this brings the fact that it would be interesting to associate what you explore with the evolution in the design of presidentialism. Because traditionally, which I don't know, I should maybe know because I am a lawyer, I'm a constitutional lawyer, but I don't have the data. But, you know, traditionally, opposing to Italy and the parliamentary systems, presidentialism was designed to be very stable. So you only had impeachment, which is, you know, like the valve of escape was impeachment. And typically, but this is what we should know more, the lawyers, you had fuero. You had immunity during all the, because you were there, you know, shiny or rainy, and so I wonder. First, I wanted to ask you, all what you is criminal procedure after the term has ended, right? Or is it that immunity has disappeared from constitutions? You know what I mean? Because
well, one of the reasons many people think that Cristina, in particular, will not run for the presidency, but will run as senator again, is that if she runs for the presidency and loses, she loses also her fueros. I don't know how to say that in English. Well, okay, but if she runs as senator, she will win anyway, and so she will keep her fueros.
Okay, so this is where the first point, the interest of looking at the evolution and in the design of the presidentialism or not. Another factor that I thought is, you say that most of these presidents are prosecuted by corruption. Well,
I just took these cases.
Okay. No. I thought that before we didn't have the criminal law into corruption into the criminal law. You know, we didn't have typified.
Okay. This is for Latin America, but this is a case in general for the world. Okay. If you look at the, what's her name, Ellen Lutz and someone else book, Heads of States in Greece, something like that, you will see that this is a phenomenon that started in the world around that age, and so it's a relatively new phenomenon, but for the world in general.
Exactly.
It's for Latin America in particular, but for the world in general.
But I think this is why now they use more criminal law, because they can, because in the criminal law you have more things that can be applied against presidents as opposed to before. I don't know, it's another hypothesis that could explain. And the third one is like our higher sensitivity, and this is linked to our the autocratization. Now we are very sensitive toward abuse of law. For instance, now we talk about abusive constitutionalism, which is not necessarily irregular, illegal, anti-constitutional, but it is abusive. So probably this is why also but very interesting, many things to think about.
Catalina, I had like two questions. One is related to what you answered to Luciana, because I was wondering what about the outcomes? Because like if you don't have definite or bad outcomes for politicians, what's actually happening is that democracy is still working in the right way because it's a political arena, right? Like, so you keep the process alive, so you stay in politics, right? So you are an actor, even though you have been indicted, threatened, and blah, blah. So with outcomes, maybe we can play a little bit more with a longer explanation or a stronger explanation about how democracy and the judiciary is working. And the other one was related to the type of matters, because I think, corruption, it makes sense that you look only at corruption cases because that's one topic that you can actually politicize, but say that it's not about politics, right? But also, like in different contexts, you have different structures, legal structures, right, that allow you to go to the criminal law or to the administrative law. I think, like, you think about the Uribe's cases. Well, one of them is not about corruption, it's like parapolítica, so it's like massacres, right? So it's like human rights violations. But there are a lot of politicians in Colombia and bureaucrats that face years and years of processes in the administrative side or the fiscal side. And it's actually a way to use law for political reasons, so that's the classic lawfare in the Latin American use. But it's not criminal, it's not corruption, it's just like different areas of the law. So there might be interesting data there.
Sandra. Perdón. Sandra. The last two, Sandra and Natalia, and then I think we...
Listo. Primero, muy brevemente en español, solo quería decir que lo que dijo Marta es absolutamente cierto y que es un verdadero privilegio tener la oportunidad de escucharte y que estés aquí con nosotras hoy. Muchas gracias. And secondly, I have a couple of questions that go way beyond this, so it's more something that I would like to hear you talk about. So if it's a rhetorical device, do you have any sense of patterns of who is using it, who wields this rhetorical device? I mean, yes, so is it the politicians? Is it exclusively political elites? Is it being wielded by social movement supporters? Do you know anything about this? Just general. And then similarly, because so we've seen it in Colombia, but its use is it's fewer, it's lower. So also, do you have any sense of patterns of the places where it's widespread, very used, like in Argentina? And can you see anything, do you see anything, or can you talk about those patterns if they exist, of whether it's really widespread and when it's fewer? And then finally, and this is really beyond the paper, what should the judiciary, is there any response to this? Because if it has such detrimental consequences in particular, so if you can talk about this, but how do you see it? And then
the last one.
Just
the very last one.
Okay.
Okay, yes, that's super fast. So my question is about, like, your question is super cool, super amazing, and then I was thinking, isn't it law, especially criminal law, wasn't it used before to attack the political opposition already, right? So what's different about what you say that when you say that reframing, what's the change? Because criminal law was always used for that, right?
Let me start with that one because that's the easiest one, okay? And that is, we didn't have democracy. And so we didn't have a judiciary that was considered an arena where citizens could have some kind of response, okay? So the expansion of democracy is related to the increased use of the judiciary for multiple purposes, okay? So, I mean, or that, I don't know exactly how all the, I will answer all the questions, but let me say something about, the consequences for democracy. That was, well, first, what we do know is that it's an efficient mechanism for inhabilitating certain participants, okay? And also an efficient mechanism for distracting certain participants for a long period of time, because you have to go to the tribunals, you have to answer, you have to, if you're not the president and you are, you know, someone, a second layer functionary, you have to put money. I mean, it's bothersome, okay? It has also another unexpected consequence, and that is people that usually, okay, once this becomes part of the game, that is, you accept a public office, and part of the game is that you eventually will be put in trial for corruption or whatever, whether it's justified or not, that implies that certain individuals decide not to enter the public office because it's too costly, okay? So you have, it produces, again, in terms of eventual democratic erosion, a kind of selection bias regarding who is going to be a public functionary, okay? We don't know that yet, but it's also a possibility, okay? Well, I don't know why I started with that. So, but at the same time, what we know is that there have not been interruptions of democracies or breakdowns, even though there have been this type of trials, okay? And in some cases, there have been some reconstitution, okay? Like in the Brazilian case, when some of the irregular mechanism became public, and so the ability to use them as a mechanism for indictment or accusation were not useful any longer. The other thing, for example, there is another study that concentrates not only in precedents, but also in second layer functionaries related to the different political forces. And what we see is that it's a study for the Argentinian case, okay? But it's in that study, what we see is that the number of individuals associated with the Peronist party and with the other coalition that have been with accusations of corruption is very similar per year, if you see accusations per year. The other thing that we see that is surprising is that usually what we think is, for example, in Sanin's argument or in Christina's argument, is that those in power use lawfare to inhabilitate those that can compete. Well, what we see in those cases is the other way around, that people in the opposition, because they do not have other type of instruments, use accusations, legal or juridical cases to inhabilitate people in power for running in the next run. Okay, so that I thought it was interesting because it's the other way around in terms of how we use it. And I'm missing. There were too many questions, and I didn't write it down. Please remind me who I'm not answering. Sandra, you said something that I'm.
The rhetorical apparatus.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, yeah, something about the judiciary. Yes, I wanted to say something about the judiciary. I do think that, particularly in politically polarized contexts, the whole struggle about lawfare becomes functional to the judiciary. Okay, why? Because I see your face. As I said before, decisions are not immediately. Judicial decisions, you take a decision today, it will end up being implemented. In the future, it will be reversed. Someone will show another proof. You know, decisions are not clear-cut. Okay, these type of decisions are not clear-cut. In the meantime, you are the judge, and you can decide if this person wants me, or the political context says we have to go against this particular political force. I will go with the flow, and perhaps take certain decisions that I know that if the flow changes, it will be reversed. You have that with the Supreme Court decisions in the Lula's case. Okay, you had one decision one day, and after that, sometime after, there was a reversal, and the foundations for the reversal are strange. Okay, but so in one way, this can be considered as a mechanism of the judges to protect themselves from possible threats, but also as a mechanism for the judges to avoid being victims of political figures. So if you introduce the judiciary as an actor, well, the whole game changes again. What I'm trying to say is that judges can be agents. Not only they do respond to threats from the political power, they can use these resources they have to threat the political power. And in order to do that, they can use the legal procedures that are, that you can procrastinate resolutions on the one hand. Also, I know there are many lawyers here, so you will have to correct me if I'm, but in many cases, judicial functionaries, if a case arrives, they have to decide to take it, even though they may know they do not have enough evidence to continue with the case. Okay, and so they resign from using the opportunity. How do you call this, Paula? The procedural opportunity argument. In order for them, it's safer for them to take the case, and then sometime when the whole climate changes, you go backwards, because it was within your possibility to go backwards. Okay, in the meantime, you didn't confront all the public that expected Lula to be in jail, or the public that expected Lula to be released. Okay, whatever. Okay, so the judiciary becomes an actor also that has to be considered.
Wow. Thank you so much, Catalina. That was amazing. Thank you so much for all the questions and participation. And now?
It was wonderful. Could I just thank the interpreters? Yes. We just really need to thank the interpreters. They've been doing an amazing, I don't know, an amazing job throughout the day. And I was just telling them, it's almost
I always can't understand how they can listen and speak at the same time, because it is incredible quality of translation, really.
Thank you. So we have now a cocktail downstairs. No, yeah, no, we go, no, sorry. We go upstairs and then we change the building and then we go downstairs again.